Oh man. Good evening. Oh man. Here we go, chat. Another day in the cross out. You know how we do. This is Steel Cradle, as you know I hate it. Let's hope they despawn. Nope. So our goals for today. Ooh, wow, that is a sexy looking build. Finish up the 5 electronics. Probably sell the equalizer. Start working on even more uranium. The never-ending quest for the second scorpion, chat. Quest shall never be completed. I love it. This guy's not going to kill him until after he shoots me. Oh, he did it. Nope. Still shot me. Anyway, y'all know how I do with Steel Cradle. Which is to say I hate it very, very much. It's legitimately one of the only raids you can fail. Like regularly. Civi Marak, greetings. How's it going, Civi? What friendship bunny? Is it chicken butt? Oh man, I remember when I was a kid, that was the thing to say when everyone said, guess what? We're bringing it back, chat. We're bringing back chicken butt. Excellent, Sumarak. That's excellent. I worked out today. I'm going to let you guys know something, a little secret. If ever you've worked out to the point of being excellent and in phenomenal shape, and then you do something I'd like to call stupid, and that stupid thing is you stop working out, and then you go back to working out. Do you know what your body does? Your body shits all over you and is very mad at you for trying. It's like, what are you doing? Who do you think you are? You're not that guy you were earlier. And I'm like, what? That's exactly what's going to end up happening. It's torture. It is not fair. It sucks balls. So I feel like crap right now, Chad. Not going to lie to you. And that's how you get tricked every day, chat. Chicken butt. Thank you, Friendship Bunny. If I recall correctly, it was guess what chicken butt, guess why something pie. And then that was the idea, right? Wait, there's no way there's another guy danged Leviathan clan battle today. 14 hours from now, thank goodness. Remove. Move. The thing I wanted you to guess is that I'm upset about your hair. No! You just got over that. Or at least I assumed you did. Perhaps you never did and you just stopped talking about it. Which one's more accurate, Friendship Bunny? Were you actually ever happy with your hair? Or did you just simply stop talking about it because their stuff came up? You got over it. Excellent. Well, seeing as you got over it, I look forward to you getting over this problem with your hair. Though, I suppose it would behoove me to ask, what's up with your hair? Ah, eaten to the face. Right, I understand. Your upsetness went away. I'm sorry for not arguing the correct semantics. Let me start again. What's up with your hair? Oh, wow. Porcupines, yo. I'm glad I'm doing this raid right now. Porcupine Man is killing it. And by it, I mean this entire mission. Power of the Porcupine. Nothing's wrong with your hair? You just don't like your hair? Wait, wait, nothing changed? You're just upset about it again? I don't understand. What? I missed the high explosives? I literally removed every part on the back of that thing except for the high explosives? Oh, so you were attempting to do your hair in a certain way, and you were reminded that your hair is not the hair that you wanted. I get you. Okay, well. Sorry to hear that. Reaper Arbiter. An interesting combination, to be sure. Don't be mad at yourself, Friendship Bunny. Be mad at the world. That's how supervillains are born. That's how supervillains are born, chat. It's when something happens and you're like, the world owes me now. Or is that just regular villains? Never mind. That's how villains are born. Super villains are born when that person also has superpowers. By definition, you're not a super being unless you have superpowers. Well, don't be mad at yourself. You're not the one who cut your hair. Be mad at the person who cut your hair. That person messed up royally, apparently. We just take a sip of this drink. Let that soothing tea help my wounds. What? No! Person with all the porcupines, no. Oh god, my face. It's all good. All I have to do is keep working out. Ironically enough, the more of the thing that makes me hurt now will make me hurt less later, so... Remember, chat, just because someone says they're good at doing your hair, it doesn't mean that you should trust them. I cannot wait for that season pass, by the way. I mean, I keep saying that. I mean, I said that about the last season pass, and I said that about the season pass before that, and I said that about the season pass before that, but I can't wait for this upcoming season pass. Maybe I'm just a whore for content, chat. Maybe I just want new stuff. But on the other side of things, I love medium cabins now. Like, I genuinely wanted to love heavy cabins, but they keep giving all of the heavy cabin perks to medium cabins. Has the price of the dead man plummeted or skyrocketed? I'm guessing plummeted. I'm guessing it probably lost some value. As there's an upcoming, you know, reload module cabin that's going to be better than it in every single possible way. Rock bottom. I had a feeling. God, I'm glad I didn't pick up the dead man. I am so glad. I was like, should I pick up the dead man? I was thinking about it, and I'm like, maybe. Nope. Nope. I'm surprised. Shouldn't every reload cabin take a hit from this? Really? You shoot me anyway. Alright, whatever. But yeah, shouldn't, like even the Echo should have some form of fallout. Remember, chat, thigh gap. Remember that. But yeah, no, should not the Echo cabin also be fucked in the mouth? I mean, not to use the colloquialism, but that is where you typically take it. I mean... I'm gonna die of this. Amazing! I thought the rest of the team was here. They weren't. Amazing. What? God, I hate drones. Alright. So the whole purpose of the dead man is to give that sweet, sweet 15% reload. But, I don't know, like, it still does it. I mean, there should be other cabins that give similar bonuses, or boni, right? But yeah, let's be completely honest. There's a reason why the dead man is gonna eat a lot of pooty from this, and the reason why is because one, the 15% reload bonus is what the dead man basically gives. Yeah, it can give more, but it never gives more. We all know it doesn't give more. Everyone always brings multiple weapons. You can't help it. People are like, more weapons! So that's that, right? There's no fixing that. So the dead man cab is never going to truly give more than 15% increase to reload speed and 10% at 3 weapons. Let's face it, just a flat 15, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not a bad like choice. Secondly, the secondary perk of it is silly, as we've tried to theory craft on stream about that. So, I don't know. The averaging reload thing, honestly, there will be some fun builds out there that people will try. They won't be meta by any means. And the reason why they won't be meta is because they don't have a chance to be meta. And the reason why is because no one should dedicate that many resources. No one should dedicate 4 energy into reloading. That's a lot. And yeah, it's a 50% reload increase up to potentially, assuming certain weapons are involved, but that's a lot of energy. Like, it's 3 energy for an Aegis. Would you really pay 4 energy for 50% reload? You're like, yeah, sure I would, until you realize that, you know, you're pairing a really, really good weapon with a really, really balls weapon. Because you have to. Seven. This is the reason why I love porcupines and why retchers are not good against this Leviathan. This Leviathan's so strong. I wish that you could make a Leviathan that strong in real life. So Deadman Yangwang? I don't know, Civi. Deadman will probably be only really useful for the Kaiju. The reason why the cockpit's way better for Yangwang. Like, Deadman is... The Yangwang's strength comes from the cockpit, not from its reload speed. But let's find out. Let's take a look at ye old Deadman cabin. The price is presently $1,300. It hasn't plummeted that much. People are going to figure it out, though. This price is going to drop a lot. Because it's the cabin that is most directly relevant, right? You're looking for a cabin that it has a certain power score or a certain weight, a certain mass, putting a certain amount of things on it and getting that 15% increase in reload. Like, this will be the 3rd cabin, by the way, just so everyone knows. No, the new cabin will not be good for the Kaiju. I'm talking about the Deadman. The Deadman is most useful with the Kaiju, as it is the only singular weapon designed in the entire game. But the new cabin is... Aw, man. Anyway, the new cabin will be the third cabin, 2nd medium cabin that boosts reload. So for those of us who do not know, the Omnibox already gives a 15% increase to reload speed. And as we all know, the Deadman gives I think it's 45% to 1, 15% to 2, and 10% to 3 bonus to reload. Yeah, so the Yangwang really is not good for the Deadman. Deadman Yangwang is an option, but it's the cockpit. We all know it's the cockpit. Like, yeah, the Harpy's phenomenal, but even the Harpy isn't Yangwang material. The cockpit. Are those drones alive? I hate fighting this faction. It's the only faction where you can legitimately run out of ammunition. Because they don't drop ammunition as often as they should, and then in addition to that, they take forever to kill. In addition to that, this idiot is jumping in the way of retchers, because he's like, I'm doing it. I got a little cabin bonus where I can tickle him for a little bit of damage. I'm like, oh god. That's true. Nothing affects the charge rate. What they need to do is have a cabin that affects charge rate. And then that would become the best Kaiju cabin. But for right now, reload is the best you can get. And the reload on the Kaiju isn't that abysmal. By the way, these guys have a fuel barrel in the middle, so I'm always aiming low and in the middle, trying to just crack them in half, but it's actually really hard to hit. These guys have no weaknesses. I hate this bot. Three shots from 2 retchers to destroy the cabin alone. This is why I hate fighting the nomads. Ghost Kaiju? I mean, you get 1 shot at a massive damage bonus after your first... okay. So let's assume you Kaiju it up. And you are doing it like you land all your shots. That gives you a 20% bonus, and let's say you fire that after Cloak for a 25% bonus. That could be a lot of damage on 1 iteration of an attack, if you land all your shots twice in a row. No, I mean, I have the Ghost because I got the pack that had the Ghost in it, and I'm testing it out. The Ghost does some interesting things. The Ghost is a very, very, very heavy cabin. Greetings, Rigel. Or Rigel Cliffwalker. How's it going, my man? Walking on those cliffs, I see. You're as high as the birds now. Just don't look down. What's really funny is that is actually really, really, really good advice. If you are ever on cliffs, I actually went on a nature walk, blah, 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 no one cares, but I ended up on the top of a mountain, not even joking, and it's scary. Not gonna lie, if you have a fear of heights, woo-ee, that shit's scary. The trick is literally don't look down, because the trick isn't, you're not tricking your brain. You're basically tricking your brain. Your brain's response to heights is what's causing your fear. So the way that you fix that is by not looking down. Your brain doesn't understand it because your brain's stupid. Kind of like looking at those funny patterns where things look weird. You just trick your brain. Don't look down. Really hits me anyway, of course. We were just talking about the upcoming cabin and how that upcoming cabin is duking all over current cabins, specifically the dead men. Like myself. Highly hate these guys. I really, really hate them. sweet, sweet damage directly to my vehicle. Oh, the rest of the team decided to show up. Excellent. Trying to finish off ye old hard electronics, you know how we do. As I limp very goddamn slowly towards a second Scorpion. Jesus Christ, chat. Not gonna lie to you, getting to the Scorp number 2 is unbelievably brutal. I hate these bots, because they're covered in armor, and they have no high explosives. That's my I hate these bots because they're covered in armor because they have no high explosive song. If anyone else sings that ever, expect to hear from my lawyers. Wow. Good afternoon, Magic. What brings you to this afternoon? Background noise. I do what I can then. Oh my goodness, excellent. So glad that my background noise can do something for you. I'll take it. I'm like a radio station. Hits me anyway. Cloak is amazing. Gotta destroy this thing because it's covered in turrets. Didn't work. Whoa. That was weird. Jesus Christ. So much damage. These things take so much damage. They need to reformulate raids. All cross out all the time? I was actually considering playing different games, chat. However, if I do, none of you guys show the F up, so I don't. Pick a game has a cooldown of like a couple days. Flat cake. Once a game has been picked, it becomes disabled because the idea being that you guys can't just make me dance around and play different games because, let's be real, I'm attempting to become a streamer. I need an audience to do so. In order to become an affiliate, or sorry, a partner, I need to obtain a certain number of people watching a certain time, and that's averaged over my last 30 days. And when it kills my average, because again, like, not a lot of people watch me play Outer Wilds. Don't get me wrong, Outer Wilds is a very strong game. I'll give you that, Splattercake. It was a good game. But once it's chosen, like, that definitely damaged my average. Not a lot of people showed up for that. You showed up, and I'm glad for that. But not a lot of people are interested in the Outer Wilds. Well, that is to say, interested in watching me play through the Outer Wilds. And so I must, unfortunately, make business decisions. That, or I can dramatically increase the amount of channel points required for that, but yeah. Ah. My apologies, chat. I know that you guys want me to play other games. Well, at least Splatacake does. Just increase it so I can ask you again to play a different game. Remove the cooldown, increase it to whatever. You have infinite points. I get it. So, once again, I'm more than willing to play different games. Only a set number of people follow me from game to game, just so you guys are aware. A lot of people are actually interested in just straight up crossout. I don't know why. I mean, I'm interested in crossout, so I guess that's probably why. Stupid frontier defense. So two things. I'm going to try and create 2 Leviathans. Not today, though I could. The dual Leviathan structure will be to get my... to try and farm copper. My current Leviathan does work, and every now and again it will wipe out fools, though some people are very determined to defeat it. I've had it come back with 13 kills in a defeat before. Like, they didn't care. They were just throwing money at that thing. They didn't care. Like, we don't care. However, every now and again I do get average or more poor results. So, gonna be fixing that. Hopefully. You want a levy like the one that killed the tower in 15 seconds? So, levies that kill the tower typically don't only do it because the players are avoiding it too much. It didn't kill the tower in 15 seconds. It's that we were all dead at the same time and it was right next to it. So every single Leviathan has 2 Retchers, and now every single Leviathan has multiple Destructors. You can get up to 4 Destructors on a levy. It might be worth it. Now that I'm doing the math. Destructors slap, chat. They don't frick around. They are all up in the mess. I'm using a whole bunch of non-profanities to say that they totally lick tits. They're amazing. Like, just so you were clear, Destructors, they are very, very strong. You want me to build a levy and then you take it? No, that's not good. Damn it, Splatacake. You know what? I should create a channel point reward request a build where I build something for you, but you take, it takes your points, You have quad Destructors? Ooh-wee. That's a sexy bit of destruction right there. 2 Retchers, quad Arbs, and 3 Iron Seals fused. All right, I'm going to tell you something right now, Splatacake. Never under any circumstances, have you ever played the game Never Have I Ever? The game where they say, never have I ever, and then if you've done it, you have to take a drink, and they say, never have I ever licked a turtle's asshole, right? And then everybody who's done it has to take a drink, right? Civi Marak's like, you really should know. Then everyone's going to be wasting all my damn time making me make builds for them, lazy assholes. Anyway, maybe I should. I'll make it extraordinarily expensive, and then that way I'll only have to do it once. Anyway, never mind, people. If you just took a drink because you've been licking turtle assholes. Anyway, back to what I was saying. The never have I ever thing, the reason why I brought that up is never should you ever. This is similar to never have I ever. On a Leviathan, the following weapons never should be shown. I just realized I wasn't in queue, which is perfectly fine because I'm going to tell you something right now. The following weapons, chat, pay very close attention. Focus with your eyes, with your effing eyes. Take a look. Look, are you looking? God, I hope you're looking. The following weapons you should never put on a Leviathan. Do not do it. This is true for 2 types of Leviathans. Both the Leviathan that you send out for copper and both in Leviathan Clan Wars. Do not put these weapons, any of these on your Leviathan. Do not do it. Don't do it. Do not. Don't. No. No, no, no. No, 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 Don't do it. Let me check to see if there's any other weapons that fall into that category of never should you ever. Never should you ever. Never. Do not do it. Don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. You really shouldn't. You really shouldn't. This one. Don't do it. Do not do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. My beat was off on that clapping shit, but don't do it. Let's see here. These, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. Jesus. None of these. Fucking none of these. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. Surprisingly, don't. Don't. This melee weapons, flame weapons, don't. Just don't. Don't do it. You'll regret it immediately. William, hey. Oh, I'm sorry. For those of us who may be joining just now, these are things you do not put on a Leviathan. You don't. You just fucking don't do it. We're going to start from the left to the right. We're going to start again because William just got here. These three guns, the Equalizer, the Arbiter, and the Reaper, you do not put on a Leviathan under any circumstances. And by the way, I will give credit to Civimarak for guessing the correct reason. The correct reason is because they are spin-up weapons. Spin-up weapons means that they take time to spin up before you fire. Just so you know. What's the best cab for a Leviathan, Splatted Cake? I'll get to that in a moment. So, you don't put these weapons on Leviathans because of the following reason. As guessed earlier by Civimarak, the answer is because they spool up. Weapons that spool up mean that they have to... The AI, you're not in control of this. If you are in control, you can spin up the weapons whenever you like, dog. Just LMB that shit, you're good. And then someone turns the corner and you're like, pow, pow, pow. So these are fine weapons if you're doing it manually, but they are worthless. They have no value on a Leviathan because here's what your stupid effing AI does. It gets a target. And that man who's the target is right there. And then they'll point the gun at them. Unless there is an open line of sight between the gun and the target, it will not spin up. Once the open line of sight is established, it'll start spinning up. But do you know what players do? Human beings? They run, they hide, they cloak. And the second they do that, the gun stops firing. And I don't mean it stays spooled up. It's as though you're playing the video game and they let go of left mouse button and you watch the thing cool down. These will never fire, chat. These guns don't shoot because Leviathans do not ever fire them because no one is dumb enough to stand face tanking a Leviathan. It takes a special kind of stupid to face tank a Leviathan, and if they did face tank a Leviathan, these would be fine. They don't. Nobody does that. These do not fire. They are valueless weapons. Don't put them on a Leviathan. You can do these. You can, but, they're only unidirectional. This is the S tier. These two are S tier Leviathan weapons. If you have imps, step 1, plural imps. You need 4 at least. Go ahead and put 4 on your Leviathan. Watch it come back farming kills. Put as many Punishers as you can shove on a Leviathan onto your Leviathan. Watch it come back. These guys, top tier. Top tier. Tippity top of the mountain, chat. Top of the mountain looking down. Don't. You can, but... there's no point. Like, every gun on the Leviathan is a caucus. Like, the only reason why the caucus is good is because it auto-targets. All of these guns now contain the caucus's power on a Leviathan. Don't bother with the caucus. Going to shotguns. Go ahead. Go ahead, put this on us. Do not do this one. Yeah, I mean, if you got... sure, they're relics. Yeah, go ahead. Relic it up. Don't. Go ahead. Okay, so a couple things about the autocannons. Don't put this on your freaking Leviathan. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. This is actually surprisingly good. This is okay. Not the best choice. This is better than Reapers. Why? It's better than Reapers because of the fact that it has an initial effect. Once your Leviathan sees the target, it's going to start shooting immediately. Even if they cloak or even if they hide, at least it shoots. So the Cyclone is better than Reapers. All of these are good choices except for the linear cannons. Linear cannons have a problem. And that linear problem is that they have to be in front of the damn Leviathan. Nobody gets in front of those. So when you're making a Leviathan, the exact The one thing you have to remember is the Leviathan is stupid. Even if you're piloting the Leviathan is dumb. I'm sorry. So weapons that are turreted are infinitely better than weapons that are not. You can put them on, don't. It's against your best interest to use this cannon line. Use this cannon line. This cannon line will work fine. These, perfectly fine. Median, you can do it, don't do it. You can. You don't, I wouldn't. The durability is low. Rockets, surprisingly, they can work depending on the rocket. Don't use this line. ATGM flute. I'm giving you the thumbs up, chat. I'm giving you a thumbs up. Thumbs up, chat. Technically, you can use the waltz. You don't want to use the snowfall. You don't want to use the cricket. You don't want to use pyres. You absolutely don't. Don't. Absolutely not. Like, this is an absolutely not right here. Surprisingly, this can go on a Leviathan, but for 5 energy, it never should. And by the way, the Leviathan will perfectly control the clarinet toe. You can actually put this wherever you want in Leviathan. It will work, but don't do it. Let's see here. Obviously functional. These are like top tier weapons. You definitely, every Leviathan, repeat, every Leviathan has 2 retchers. Full stop. Every Leviathan has 2 retchers. This is the reason why no Leviathans have any threshers. If you are creating a Leviathan, if you're new to the game and you actually have threshers, you can use them. But replace them with retchers, GG. GL55s can be used in place of retchers, but once you get retchers, get rid of the GL55s. 25 pyres in 1 Leviathan. Watch 1 spark slap the shit out of that Leviathan. Oh, I ran at your Leviathan with my spark. GG. Don't bring the Aurora. You don't want to bring the Gravistar, surprisingly. Gravistars are very, 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 very close range weapons, and nobody's anywhere near your Leviathan. Don't bother. The TOW does not put the bot in spectator mode, City Marak. The TOW is fired just like every other missile. When the AI controls it, it's actually overpowered for what the TOW can do, but the TOW is still shit. Don't bring it. You can bring pulsars, you can bring quasars, you can bring photons, Helios, and Prometheus. I'm sorry, Synthesis, Prometheus, and Helios. Absolutely, top tier destructors. Top tier. Triggers fall short because of their range. Unfortunately, triggers do not have the range to make your Leviathan viable. Destructors do. Destructors do. These fuck, chat. Have you ever looked at a dude, like if you ever walked into a bar and you're like, man, I need a drink. You go to the barkeep and you're like, oh, hey, barkeep, I need a drink. And they're like, okay, man, here's your drink. What do you want? You're like a whiskey sour on the rocks, whatever the fuck you're ordering. It's a bar. You can do whatever you want. You order the bar, you go at the bar, they give you the drink, and then you look and you turn over and you turn left at the bar while you're ordering a drink and you see a man, and that man is like devastatingly attractive and he's wearing like a leather jacket and shit. And in your mind, the only thing that goes through your mind is, man, that guy fucks. That's the destructor. The destructor is that guy at the bar that you're seeing across the way wearing that leather jacket, and you know for a fucking fact that guy fucks. That's the destructor on Leviathan. So continuing on, believe it or not, blockchain functions. Spark, not really. Not really that good. I don't know about the yokai. Haven't used it, but I'm be willing to bet with an auto target like AI, it's probably pretty good. Don't use the assembler. Has a charge attack. Nothing with a charge attack. Don't do it. Don't do it. Spikes. You see me at my bar, Fuyum, please. You think you're destructor, Fuyum? You think you're a destructor? All right. Spikes. Believe it or not, spikes do ass loads of damage. They do like nearly 200 damage per spike, chat. They fuck. Toadfish. They actually do less damage per hit than the spike, though they fire twice. Both of them can work. I'm going to say that the Phoenix, by the way, can go on a Leviathan. I'm not saying it's a good choice, but I am saying that there are some interesting options you can do with a Phoenix on a Leviathan that do absolutely function. So you can do it, but there are probably better options out there. None of these. Don't do it. As a player, you're smart. You know what you're doing. You're a genius. You're like, okay, on a player-made Leviathan, you can probably make these work. On an AI Leviathan meant to farm copper for you, just don't. If you are on a player-made Leviathan, not really. Not really, none of these. If you're on an AI Leviathan, not really either. Terrible weapons. Mine layers, that's hit or miss. I mean, let's face it. A cap can is a cap can is a cap can is a cap can, chat. Having your player-made Leviathan pooping these out on the battlefield just might be the choice you need to get to victory, man. Like, you know how it do. All right. Mines are also a problem. Depends on how fast your Leviathan is, but in general, No. In general, no. Mostly, no, but possibly. Jiboku, surprisingly, on Leviathan, works just fine. Have you ever wanted to see... This is Crossout, chat. This is Crossout. Like, they should rename Capcan Crossout. Anyway, the Jiboku, surprisingly, on a Leviathan, not ineffective. This actually can really help your Leviathan out. Nerfing your opponent's movement speed, because the Leviathan does something with the Jiboku that you as a player typically don't. As a player, you're like, I want to land this near him, blah, 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 all this stuff. You're doing math in your head. Do you know what does math instantaneously? The AI, because it's made of math. So it knows exactly where to plant the Jibokus every single time. It will chuck Jibokus at the exact right place to help out your Leviathan perfectly. It literally, the Jiboku is the cancer of the battlefield with the Leviathan, and it has a decent range. Jiboku, surprisingly viable on Leviathan. Let's see here. Fortune, don't. Porcupine, always. It's a relic. These Annihilator drones on a player-made Leviathan or a regular Leviathan have their uses, and here's why. Typically, if you're fighting a anti-Leviathan build, which is to say most people who are going in to either do Leviathan battles or even Leviathan clan wars, they don't have anti-drones. They don't bring it. They don't bring sparks, because you're not going to spark down a Leviathan. That's not going to fucking happen. That's not a thing, right? The reason why you want the Annihilator drones is if you go for a heavy drone build, any of these, including the Jiboku, you can literally cover the sky, you can darken the skies with drones. Like, they'll be fighting in the shade from how many drones are out. You can actually do this. And if people aren't anti-drone, this will actually clap their cheeks. They'll be like, oh shit, the Leviathan sent these shitty drones at me and I can't shoot up with my Retchers, meh, or whatever their problem is because they can't deal with the Annihilators. So, not a bad choice, though not the best choice. You can do that with most other drones. You could make like an Annihilator, Grenadier, drone, car, Leviathan out of Doom. Don't bring fuses. Don't do it. Unless you bring a lot of them. Like, if you bring a lot on your Leviathan, could be fun. Don't do it on a player-made Leviathan. Let's see here. Yeah, basically your drones, they're like a C tier. They can go on your Leviathan. You probably shouldn't. Yaguai's out. Don't do it. And once again, the Emily. Not gonna lie to you, chat. The Emily is surprisingly viable on the Leviathan. So one of the things about grenades, and that's the Emily, the GL55. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. The GL50. Didn't mean to click that. The GL55. The Thresher, the Retcher, and the Yongwing. Not really the Yongwing. The Yongwing doesn't feel like a grenade launcher, but whatever. These weapons, the thing about them is their weakness is their projectile velocity. The projectile velocity on the grenades is really bad, so it's difficult to land your shots, and even the AI is going to miss a few times. Do you know what doesn't miss? The Emily. Even though the Emily sucks, in general, by and large, it is bad. As an auto-target weapon being launched by a Leviathan that cannot miss, the Emily can bring additional grenades where the opponent might not have expected additional grenades to be. Believe it or not, it does great damage. It fires very quickly. Its reload is not that bad, and the Emily is as small as a Lupara, so it can be fit just about anywhere and hide in your build. It's like a mini... It's not a mini Retcher, because the Retchers obviously do fucking loads more damage, but it's like good. As a backup weapon, it's pretty solid. It's sound. The Corvo, don't do it. I mean, actually, no, my apologies. The Corvo can be brought. And it can do a lot of damage. The problem is its durability. By the way, the reason why the Emily is better than this, even though it has lower durability, can be hidden in your build. You can hide it. Like, the thing has the minuscule hitbox, the smallest hitbox of any weapon in the game, right? One second. Just receiving a message. Anyway, so yeah. These are direct fire weapons. Direct fire weapons work. The Corvo is actually probably better on a player-made Leviathan than anything, because it's basically a machine gun. And machine guns work. Snapfire machine guns work just fine. The Summoner and the Argument do work on Leviathans. They work. If anyone's ever fought a Summoner bot at like... what is that, 7k, 8k power score? These things are fucking annoying because they just keep hitting you, and the bots don't care. Even though they're a charge-up weapon, this is one of the odd exceptions to the charge-up. They do charge up, this is true, but here's the odd exception. For some reason, the AI does not wait until a full charge with the Summoners. ever. And that's actually the same problem that plagues the assembler, which is over here somewhere. That's the same problem. The assembler also doesn't fully charge up. So then why does the Emily or the summoner and the argument, why is that better? Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? Here's why it makes sense. Because there is a sweet spot for the summoner and a sweet spot for the argument that the AI always hits. When the AI charges and fires these guns, it always hits that sweet spot where it fires out, like, what is it, 4 nails or something each gun. So it literally always hits the correct sweet spot, and it just strips. These things strip. They're really annoying. You should not, I mean, there are better weapons out there, but if you have the summoner and if you have the argument, good choices. The adapter, surprisingly, a great choice. A great choice on both. That parser burst, exactly. Surprisingly, a great choice on both. Both player Leviathans and AI Leviathans. Definitely a good choice. You can throw the kaiju on if you have it, but it's not gonna be the best. But you can do it. The kaiju simply makes your giant walking machine another scarier giant walking machine. People are like, ah, dang it, it's a kaiju. It's not gonna guarantee you kills, but you can bring it. You may as well. I mean, if you don't have anything better, kaiju it up. By the way, Skinner. If your Leviathan is fast, Skinner's hilarious. For the AI Leviathan, don't bother. No one's gonna get close to it anyway. And if they're gonna get close to it, they're not leaving it anyway. So don't bother. But on a player-made Leviathan, especially a fast one, you can put a Skinner on it, and if you want to instantly like kill people, there's your go. Because the idea is you hook onto them and you just keep driving. No, it doesn't matter what they're made of. It doesn't matter what their build is. You will drag them away from their friends and then kill them kill them alone. Okay, I'm gonna come to the Enlightenment in the end. Let's finish up with a Scorpion. Do it. Do it. Do it. Put it on. Do you know why? Because the AI, when you're fighting in AI Leviathan fights, the Scorpion is one of few weapons that auto-targets Retchers. For some fucking reason, and I do not know why, when an AI Leviathan is being controlled, the Scorpion will auto-target their Retchers. It'll be like, is that a Retcher? Slap! They're going to slap that Retcher right off their goddamn face. And they will keep doing this. The AI will continuously do that. This can keep your AI Leviathan alive for a significant period of time. Good choice. Not would I say it's the best choice? It's definitely, if you have them, I don't think that, like, I definitely think it's definitely worth 12 energy to have too. All right, finally, we're going to go to the Enlightenment. Believe it or not, this is real. I'm actually giving you real advice. This is going to sound completely like a complete lie. On an AI Leviathan, don't do it. On a player-made Leviathan, the Enlightenment actually has a purpose. That's right, chat. That's right. I'm telling you, the Enlightenment actually does have a purpose. And it's not to keep people uncloaked. That never works. Don't even consider that's retarded. No. So the Enlightenment does something very interesting. It crashes into your opponent, and because it does, what ends up happening is... Oh, hold on. Interesting. So what ends up happening is you have to destroy the Enlightenment's projectile. So seeing as everyone has one from the battle pass, I may as well tell you how to use this effing pile of crap. So, pew, launches that dumb drone, right? Here's the thing. That thing's hitbox is huge. It doesn't look like it, but that thing's hitbox is actually quite large. And by the way, this thing has an amazing turning angle. It's like retarded. Like, it's just crazy. Pew. Boonk. So what this can do, and often does, is the Enlightenment's projectile will land in your opponent, and it will get in the way of their shots. And if they're using explosive weapons, which everybody is, it can damage their build that way. It sounds like a waste of energy. It doesn't seem very good, but on a player-made Leviathan against other players, it's another projectile for them to deal with. And that can actually help overwhelm them, and it's pretty crazy how it works. It's dumb because I've had this happen. I've seen it happen where you end up firing the Enlightenment, and the Enlightenment ends up landing in the middle of their like porcupine launchers. So if they fire their guns over the next 7 seconds, for any reason, they take 3 porcupines to the face, like their own porcupines, directly into their build. It's things like that. So it has a use. It's not the absolute best weapon. You shouldn't always rely on it, nor should you care to get it. But if you already have it and have 1 energy floating, it is not a useless weapon. You can hit yourself with it, you probably can. All right, so there you go. There you have it, chat. Those are all the weapons that you should or shouldn't put wherever you do or don't put them. I hope that helped you out. Hope you guys have written that down. Blah blah blah. The takeaway, the takeaway is the S tier #1 Patna. Woo! We love you weapons are the following. Rip headphones. Anyway, I'm just gonna go over this real fast. Retchers. Prioritize them. Get them on your build. They shred everything, you know they do. Just put them on your build. The number 2 things. Now cabins. Damn it, Civium Rack. Fine, I'll go over the cabins. Damn it. Hold on. Retchers first. Destructors second. Everything else after that, do whatever you gotta do. Like, for real. This is my Leviathan. It claps cheeks. Believe it or not, it really does. It really does. It's got 3 destructors. I don't have a 4th, but now that I'm having this conversation with you, I'm considering making a 4th. It's got 2 cannons, because cannons are brutal. People hate being hit with cannons. It's got a pulsar, because the pulsar is like basically a 3rd cannon, and a scorpion, which is basically a scorpion. And that's the firepower. And it works out unbelievably well. Let's just quickly tell you the 2 cabins that you should be considering. Oh, Splattercake is sending me a blueprint, which I can't look at, or another Splat, dang it. So, cabins for consideration. If you're making a Leviathan to kill human beings and you are playing it, so it's a Clan Wars Leviathan, the answer is the cockpit. Period. There is no other answer. We're done. There you go. You're welcome. Real easy answer. Best cabin for Leviathans in the entire game, cockpit. There is no close second. There's literally the #1 cabin by far. Like, imagine a distance. So if anyone ever watches anime, there's like this anime called Claymore, and in Claymore they explain the standard power gap of every anime, which is, you know, the difference between #1 and #2, and the difference between #3 and #4 is massive, right? So the most powerful character is in Claymore, someone by the name of Teresa. And she is the most powerful of the Claymores, and they're like trying to explain the gap between the characters, right? And the gap between the characters is explained as like the Grand Canyon. So the difference in power between Teresa, the #1, and #2, whose name I don't even bother to remember because she's a bitch compared to Teresa's power, like, is a Grand Canyon, a gulf of power. So just so we're clear, that's the difference between the cockpit and whatever cabin you could consider to be #2 for Leviathans. Just putting it out there. So if you're like, is there a second? No. The answer is, if you're trying to make a Clan Wars Leviathan, like, it is the cockpit. #1. GG. We're done. So, if you are not planning on doing Clan Leviathan, or let's assume that you don't have the cockpit, there is a #2, and the #2 is, believe it or not, depending on what it is you're looking for, or planning on how to pull it off, you can do it with the Bastion. Bastion cabin gives 30% damage increase and is not that difficult to achieve. Believe it or not, because every Leviathan takes damage. They will always take damage, so they will always have their 30% damage bonus. There you go. That's a #2, but the gulf is massive. Now, let's talk about Leviathans for trying to fight the AI. The AI Leviathans, these are the ones where you're not in control, and they're yes, Humpback. Sorry, I didn't mean Bastion. Humpback. Yes, I mean the Humpback, not the Bastion. I keep getting those mixed up. I even did that in my heavy cabin tier list. The Humpback. Humpback. It's one of the A tier cabins. It's a very, very, very strong cabin. Humpback. It does work as Leviathan. That's the reason why. What the funk? I literally destroyed this. Anyway. It's a great way to get bonus damage. Sorry. So, let's say you're not talking about, let's say we're swapping to AI, right? So for AI, definitely the Bastion works. Sorry, not the Bastion. The Humpback works. But interestingly enough, and this is where things get funny, the cockpit cabin is the worst cabin to use on a standard copper farming Leviathan. It sucks. It doesn't work. Do you know why? This is because you cannot control the AI, and the AI will not use the boosters. So because it doesn't use the boosters at the right time, it doesn't get its 50% damage increase. It's the equivalent of not having any perk at all. It's worthless. So booster Leviathans are actually completely useless whenever you're doing the Leviathan, destroy the Leviathan missions. They're actually very easy to destroy. Their damage isn't very high. Yeah, they're probably a banana build or a hot dog build or an over-under build or a taco stand build. I don't care what you call it. It's where you have the two like layers of build. They're probably one of those. But ultimately, they don't bring anything ultra special to the table. You don't really have to terribly worry about them. So, what cabin do you want to use for your AI Leviathan? Right? Is that the question? Like where you're gonna, like just trying to farm copper? Well, on your copper farming Leviathan, there are many choices. And by the way, all of this is covered in my tier lists, which you guys should have watched, but did not. The tier lists simply state that there are many different options. One, if you're going with high explosives, the Harpy is actually a phenomenal choice. With the prevalence of the Destructor being such an ass-clapping, cheek-slapping weapon, just so we're clear, the Destructor is very, 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 very strong. That guy fucks, just so we're clear. Another great option for the Destructor is the, is it the Quantum? I think it's not the Quantum. Yeah, I think it's the Quantum. Whichever one it is that increases your damage by 30% to heated parts. Surprisingly, really, really good. Fuyum fucks. Okay, Fuyum. Alright, Fuyum. Fuyum in his gator skin jacket trying to come in style on us. Alright. But yeah, so believe it or not, if you... Photon, thank you, not the Quantum. Yeah. Anyway, the Photon. Another great choice. Surprisingly, none of the S-tier cabins make good choices for this. So, for example, the typical S-tier cabins are like the Nova, the Beholder, and the Griffin. No, don't do it. If you don't have another cabin, sure, do whatever you want to. But if you're asking what is actually good, then there you go. The Photon can be a good choice. It's not... Is it the best choice? Maybe. Maybe it depends. If you have a heavily energy-oriented build, so let's say you're using photons for your high explosive damage, and you're using that, is it the Yalguai, or whatever that new freaking... It's not the Yalguai. The new grenade launcher is for your explosive damage that's energy-based, and you're using all that energy stuff, and you make an energy Leviathan, then it is the #1 choice. The Echo is a choice, but the answer is still no. The reason why the Echo is no... your AI Leviathan, I promise you, will never make use of its perk. And the reason why it will never make use of its perk is because it's never, ever going to be able to charge its perk. The new legendary cabin that's coming is a good choice. Absolutely. I'll say that offhand. 15% reload is going to be amazing. And here's where things get dicey as a Leviathan. Because I just thought about this just now, thanks to Rigel Cliffwalker. It's going to make every single weapon fire at the exact same time. Ooh-wee. That's ridiculous. So yeah, Alpha Strike Away, new Leviathan. Imagine that. All your weapons fire at the exact same time instead of staggered. So that might be a really, really good AI cabin. I'm guessing that it's going to be a phenomena, as it were. So there you go, Rigel. Like, as an advanced, like, as a normal cabin, as a player, maybe. As a Leviathan, definitely. It definitely sounds like it has a shot, especially considering it's going to be a medium cabin. Odds are very good. It's not going to be as slow as the Step Spider. So it's probably going to have a decent speed as well. So yeah, I would argue that that could be a good cabin, like a A-tier cabin, for both if you are playing the Leviathan or if you're trying to farm copper. Like both, straight up. Oh, additionally, another great choice. Obviously, the light cabins are insanely overpowered because the thing that keeps light cabins in check is their... the thing that keeps light cabins in check is their... what's it called? Is their mass. So if you end up in a situation where there are no light cap, where you remove the mass limit from the equation, suddenly light caps become insanely overpowered. And so there you go. The Harpy, great choice. Greetings, Lightning Poe. I think this is my last raid, though. What the? God damn it. Born to Mangle. That really does sound realistic. I've never had someone actually play that realistic knocking stone. I think I'm going to remove that. I actually thought someone was... Good thing I was paying attention to chat at the time that popped up. Greetings, Born to Mangle, my man. Born to Mangle is a fellow streamer. Awesome man. Oh man, that's a convoy. I thought you were tripping. See, everybody listening to my stream is like, oh, someone's knocking. Why did I make that a sound effect? I might very well be. It's the cops! I need to get that FBI open up meme. Make that playable on my channel. FBI, open up! So yeah, we were just discussing, for those of us who just showed up, if you just showed up, we're discussing cabins and how they are useful in the creation of Leviathans, both PvP and PvE. Assuming PvE being that you're actually the defensive Leviathan, and PvP being you're the offensive Leviathan attempting to pilot the dang thing. And we went over all the weapons involved. Hey, it's Hugo Stiglitz. All the weapons that are involved, and the cabins. Remember, chat, now you know which ones you never put on your Leviathan. I didn't know you were a botanist, Fuyum. Wink. Ah! This is the reason why I don't play Tarkov, chat. Because I know you guys would constantly play that sound and I just get killed running around in circles trying to find the grenade. I do play Tarkov, though. I do have a Tarkov account. If you guys are interested in watching me get clapped in Tarkov... For those of us who do not know, that sound of the grenade is basically the sound of instant death. If you hear that, it's time to go. Because that's the only sound, that's the only alert of a grenade that you get in Tarkov. Like, Tarkov is, of course, you know, not like Call of Duty. There's no HUD alerts that, you know, pointing at the nearest grenade on the floor that you can then pick up and throw back. This isn't Call of Duty. It's like you hear, and that's it. That's your "you're gonna die" sound.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I think I might be screwed, chat. Actually, holy crap, that's actually good timing. I have 2 bullets left. That's not good. I'm gonna throw all of my bullets against Hulk. What if Pyres only had the flight sound? Ugh. It would probably be better, actually. I really, 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 really hate that missile incoming sound. Oh my lord. Well, Just fired that shot off into the wild blue yonder. Time to go get more ammunition, chat. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, Lord. Thank goodness. All right. It's over. Mission accomplished, chat. So Lightning Poe wants to do stuff, which is neat. But we're going to remove this from garage. I'm going to return this. Before I do anything else, a couple things I need to look into. I think if I recall correctly, I can still craft a destructor. And now that we're having this conversation, I just might. Might, chat. Pyres don't hurt that much, chat. I'm actually not mad at Pyres. As sad as that, silly as it sounds, I actually don't care about Pyres. Pyres are not a weapon that I'm scared of. They're not a weapon that I worry about. Because I'm not just that good. No, it's because I'm just not worried about them. They're not overly dangerous. So if I build 2 bootstraps, a verifier, and 2 more triggers, I'll use my last 2 triggers to make my other destructor, I can make a destructor. What do you guys think? I think it might be a good idea. Considering that I have the discounted triggers. Do I have the discounted bootstrap? I don't think I have a discounted bootstrap. I think it's full price. Full price. I'd have to use up my PU and chart. Is it worth it? Oh, I'd need 2 of them. Jeez. And I'd need a verifier as well. But it's a discounted verifier. I think it is. Mathed out in my brain, the destructor is that guy that fucks, as I mentioned earlier. But you're right. So the reason why you don't see me going and doing those things and just making that stuff is because I need to not, because of the battle pass that's coming up. That upcoming battle pass is going to change everything, chat. And by that I mean change nothing. It's going to be still going to be crossed out. Everything's going to be the same. But regardless of everything being exactly the same, it's going to be the stuff that I kind of want to get instead of the stuff that I kind of have. We're going to get rid of Halberd, even though I really like the way it looks. We're going to get rid of... we're going to keep Scorpcutioner, but for now we're going to save the Leviathan as general purpose. All right. We're now going to remove my Leviathan. We're going to start over. We're going to create a new Leviathan, chat. So, here's the deal about ye old copper farming Leviathan. Actually, I do need to get one more. I'm going to save that up here somewhere. We're going to save it. Oh, we're going to load this. We're going to save that here. We're going to get rid of this. You like spikes because if you aim at where frames typically are, you can almost guarantee you'll get a fuel tank. Yeah, by the way, the reason why that you are going to hit that fuel tank with spikes is because it doesn't matter what's in the way. Spikes do 198 damage each, and spikes plural means 200 damage. There's no stopping that, chat. Like, there is almost nothing that can stop that unless you put specifically a bumper directly in front of it. And it's not even that. Even that's not going to be enough. Even that is not going to be enough. Anyway, so... we're going to go to Ye Old Market, and we're going to take a look at all the cabins. I know I've been through this on my cabin tier list. For anyone who actually watched it would know. Super S plus tier cabin for a PvE, but not PvE. PvP, but not PvE. Echo, not a good cabin. Don't do it. For a Leviathan, don't. Nobody's going to be that close. Nobody's getting close to your Leviathan. What are you doing? No one's coming over here. Don't. It will never get its perk. The Blight, bad cabin, because it's going to have to activate the fire at the right time, and you're going to have to bring fire weapons. Fire weapons are already a no-no. Beholder, it functions, but it's not going to be good. Wyvern, no. Harpy, S tier, definitely. If you're making Leviathan based around things with explosive radiuses, the Harpy is your go-to. Torero, surprisingly, a good choice for Leviathans. as almost all, like, not almost all, every weapon has accuracy, and every weapon has a cone of fire. Even auto-targeted weapons, such as weapons fired by your Leviathan, gain benefit from that 20% accuracy. Favorite, not a good choice. Everything that overheats, I mean, the Leviathan already has several activated abilities that it'll activate. It doesn't matter. The favorite's not necessarily a good choice, not a bad choice. Worthless Cabin. The Dead Man does not function on Leviathans. You're going to have more than 3 weapons, so the reload bonus is 0. Photon. Good choice if and only if you're making an energy-based Leviathan. I'm actually considering this just now. The Quantum. Very, 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 very bad choice because you will never, ever, 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 ever get the 20% damage bonus because everyone will be damaging a Leviathan 24/7. Nova. Bad choice for a Leviathan. It's never going to be facing the right direction at the time that you need it to. Humpback, an excellent choice for a cabin. Passive perk, works all the time, 30% damage, just get it done. Cohort, bad choice because it is basically, it's going to have to activate the thing for damage reduction. It's not going to come up. It's not going to come up. Spotted Cake, we've already mentioned the new cab, but I'll get there right after I finish this. Omnibox, no, don't. As much as I love the Omnibox is a phenomenal cabin. As a PvP cabin, it functions. So as a PvP Leviathan, go ahead and do it. As a PvE Leviathan, the thing we are crafting, completely worthless. The AI does not swap engine modes. The Yanabe, completely worthless as Leviathan at all times. The Growl, don't do it. The Howl, don't do it. Nobody, literally no one. 25 meters is basically your build is rubbing up against their build. Do not use this cabin as a Leviathan. Icebox, do not use this cabin as Leviathan. Sorry, but long story short, anything that is unidirectional, in other words, it depends on the facing of your Leviathan, you do not want. You don't want it. If your Leviathan has to face a direction, you have already fucked up. Bastion, same difference. Jawbreaker, not even an option. Step Spider, technically, this is sad, but it's actually an option. I say this as it's bad, but if you're using walker legs, the Step Spider can be used as a Leviathan cabin. Not the best choice, but does exist. The Dusk, unless you're heavily missile-based, just don't. Even if you are heavily missile-based on Leviathan, don't. Griffin Cabin, don't. Pilgrim Cabin, don't. Tusk Cabin, absolutely not. Cerberus Cabin, I am starting to laugh because of how bad that is. Bat, don't do it. Ghost is useless. The Call, don't do it. Well, okay. Interesting thing here about the Call. Earlier, when I was talking to you with my mouth, I was like, blah, blah, blah words, and you guys were just letting the sounds come in and flow at the other side. You know how you do. You don't really care. If you're making a drone build, literally a dead-ass, hard-to-the-paint, drone-killing Leviathan, a Leviathan whose only drones, the Call does function. As silly as it is, as hard as it is to believe, this actually would work. Like, it would actually work. I'm actually not even joking. 35%, I'm sorry, 30% to all your to 30% damage reduction to your Leviathan is huge. So there you go. Lightning Post says it. But yeah, so if you're gonna make a drone Leviathan, surprisingly, the Call is actually a functional choice. I'm saying it this way because it's surprising. The Aggressor, don't do it. Werewolf, come on, chat. Come on, get out of here. Trucker, Machine. I just skip these things. Machinist. All right, so let me fucking Machinist. All right, let me just talk to you about the Machinist for a second. What about Tacos, Cardboard Ninja? Let me finish with these damn cabins. So, Machinist can function as a Leviathan cabin. Don't do it. People don't strip your weapons. They don't care. They don't. It's a Leviathan. They're trying to kill you with things like porcupines and incinerators and retchers. Those are the 3 weapons that are coming to Leviathans to kill your AI Leviathan. Your weapons are not what they're aiming at. The thing that they're aiming at is your body. So the Machinist perk, not really useful. Even though it will buff your weapons, all your weapons in one spot. Duster's not an option. Carapace, not an option, not an option. Yokozuna, not an option, surprisingly enough. Is unsurprisingly enough. Just not an option. None of these are options. None. And not an option. None. Okay, so there you have it, chat. There's your breakdown of all the cabins with the exception of the new cabin that is currently in development that's potentially going to come out. Greetings, Friendship Bunny. So the new cabin that's potentially coming out, I'm going to take a shot in the dark. This is a guess. My last guess, not on the money. Not going to lie to you, chat. But my last guess on cabins was in my video tier list for the light cabins. And I said that, and this is all the things, The master cabin was going to be a shot in the dark S tier cabin. It is not. I have to create an update video. It's like a C tier cabin. So, with that in mind, here is my shot in the dark for the new cabin. It's definitely going to be a solid cabin, like an A tier cabin. Like, it's not an S tier, but it's definitely good. It is definitely good. 15% reload is the bee's knees, chat. It's the bee's knees. Find some bees, look for their knees. You're going to find that cabin right around there. You'd be like, hey, look at that. This is a bee's knees. What's this cabin doing here? This cabin's right next to these bee's knees. That's amazing, Friendship Bunny. So, that new cabin is going to, what's the word, good way of phrasing this? Normalize. It's going to normalize your attack. So that means to say, if you have a reload of 10 seconds and a reload of 1 second, it's going to normalize them both to 5 seconds. So the weapon that you'd normally have reload at 1 second would reload at 5 seconds, and the weapon that normally reloads at 10 seconds is going to reload at 5 seconds. Now, for a Leviathan, what does this mean? Well, there's an interesting meta that can be brought to the table with a Leviathan of that nature, chat. I'm not going to lie to you. There's going to be some really interesting bullshit that's going to happen with that cabin. And here's the reason why. The thing that happens with Leviathans typically is your weapons end up firing at different rates. So let's just test drive this Leviathan. So everything fired, blah, blah, blah. Now everything's going to start picking up, and then it's like this one fired, that one fires. Oh, pew, 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 pew. Everything's firing at different times. It's doing what it wants, blah, blah, blah. Imagine, if you will, in your imagination, every single weapon firing at the exact same time, every single time. Now, if Leviathan Clan Wars aren't bad enough, that might be it. That might be literally it, chat, where all of your weapons simultaneously one-hit a player 3 times in a row. That could be good if it works out that way. If it doesn't work out that way, then it might not be good. But if it works out that way, that is some ass cheek slapping power, where you're just constantly alpha striking every single time. If anyone's played MechWarrior Online, you understand the power and benefits of alpha striking. It's firing all of your weapons at the exact same time at the exact same part every single time. That way you get the maximum amount of effect at every single time you do it. So that could be good, some good stuff, chat. New cabin, already good because it already has 15% reload. Even assuming that it had no secondary perk and the only thing it had was 15% reload, I would say that it's a viable Leviathan for both PvE and PvP. And the reason for that is a lot of weapons reload. A lot of weapons reload. And if you are going heavy on reload, that's just 15% more of it. So I'm not going to knock it. In fact, just so we are clear, it is the only cabin in existence that's going to show up that gives reload that a Leviathan that is not player controlled can use. So, for example, as I've said before, the Omnibox, the AI, will never change modes. It will always be on the first mode. It will never go to the 15% reload and cooling. It will never turn that on, right? The Deadman, it has to be down to 3 weapons to start getting reload bonuses. So those are out. It will literally be the only reloading cabin for Leviathans. So, as I said, in general, most likely an A to S tier cabin, but very phenomenal for a reloading Leviathan. The Master Cabin, best Levy Cab. Damn you, French Fuyum. 4? Okay, you're counting the Echo into that, aren't you, Fuyum? So, Fuyum, if you're counting the Echo cabin into the reload, yeah, that would be the 4th reloading cab. But it's the 3rd passive reloading cab. Yeah, you do, Fuyum. You want griffins all the time. So, anyway, what we're going to do now, chat, we're going to make a Leviathan. Because y'all be talking. And you know what we're going to do? I wasn't going to do this. Actually, I still might not. I got to check. I don't think I have enough. But I'm going to try it. We're doing a drone cabin, chat. God, this sounds like a bad idea. This sounds like a terrible idea, chat. God, it's so terrible. We're going to do it, though. How do you guys feel about that? We're doing a AI drone levy. I don't expect this to do well. I do not. Will Griffin stop caucus? Yes. The Griffin stops the caucus. The Griffin is also known as the Forbidden Jutsu here on this channel, chat. The reason why it's a Forbidden Jutsu is because I may or may not, you don't know, I don't know, we don't know, play with caucuses every now and again. And because every now and again I may or may not play with caucuses, I come across that fucking Forbidden Jutsu. Anything with radar locks, Fuyum. Anything with radar locks. It will stop any and all missiles. It will stop any and all drones. Or doesn't stop drones from after it's targeted you. But it will stop anything that requires a lock to fire. This includes, but is not limited to, all missiles. So all missiles and caucus is basically what the Forbidden Jutsu stops. And it stops it not just for yourself, but stops it for you and all of your allies within 25 meters or something like that. It's an S-tier cabin. I've told you guys this. Hold on a second. If you guys ever watched my goddamn videos, which nobody does, just kidding. A fair number of people watch this stuff. No, but seriously, this is an S-tier cabin. S-tier. Boom. Just putting the dick down. Slap. S-tier. Following cabins are S-tier. S. 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 Surprisingly. I don't have it, but the cockpit is an S. Torero's an S-tier. These are S-tier cabins. Cabins that will last you a lifetime. So, first and foremost, for those of us who did not read anything, watch my other tier list, watching all of the stuff here, for Leviathans, I'm going to tell you this right now in case anyone doesn't know. If you're going to have a Leviathan, any Leviathan, whether it's AI Leviathan, whatever, you need this. You need this. This is required now. This is required. It's a 1 energy drain that is now mandatory. It goes right here. It goes right here attached to your cabin. Well, not like this, but you know it's going to be attached to the cabin. It's going to be attached to the cabin like either like this, or it's going to be under the cabin like this. It doesn't really matter. It's going to be here. It doesn't really matter. You want that 30% damage reduction. 30% damage reduction on a Leviathan is insane. In addition to that, this is going to be shitting drones. So an interesting turn of events, this needs the cheetah. Bam. Cheetah. We are going to then, because I like the cheetah so much, put this between the two of them. Fuck it. Done. So now the call and the cheetah engine are both 30% more durability. Thumbs up. This is a drone Leviathan, chat. It's happening. It's happening right here. It's happening live. I hate myself for doing this. Especially considering I don't think I have enough wheels for this. But we're going to try. Do it for Rigel. Do it for the mims. We're doing it for the mims, chat. Chat. Check your mims. We're doing it. I don't have enough drones for this. This is going to be very poor. But we're going to grab every one of my DT Cobras. Because, yes, they're low tier, but they are guns. I need drones, chat. I need drones. These are all turrets. Oh, apparently that barriers are drones, so that loses its mind. Whatever. We're going to grab my Falcon. We're going to grab my Annies. We're going to grab the Grenadiers. Oh my god. This is fuses. Oh, too much energy. What? Nope. Okay. That would cost additional energy. We're going to grab all those drones. Wait, was this bitching about this? Oh, 6 energy, so it would cost additional. Okay. So I could either go super mega all in with drone cancer, which is what's going to happen. This is happening, chat. This is happening. Close your eyes. Close your eyes, chat. Now, this is not a lot of damage, to be fair. I just want this to be put out there. This is not a lot of damage yet. We've got drones. We've got grenadier drones. And these will be annoying to people who typically show up to fight Leviathans. And the reason why this will be annoying is because people who typically show up to fight Leviathans come with Retchers. And they come with all sorts of dumb crap that shoots boom, boom. But anyway, that doesn't really matter. What matters is we are now shy. And what that means is we're low on pew pew. So the drones are the first half of it. We've used up half of the Leviathan's energy on this. Some other things that are mandatory. What else do we need that's mandatory? So we're going to grab our RN Seals. What? Why would we grab RN Seals? That doesn't make any sense. You know why. Get out of here. Don't open your mouth. We're going to grab Retchers. Because they are mandatory on every Leviathan. Doesn't matter if it's a drone Leviathan. Doesn't matter blah, blah, blah. Words, I already told you. You know. All right. So we've got our Retchers up and running. But what we need now is Guns. Guns, chat. Guns. We're not bringing those. We're bringing fidgets. Because they're the best thing I got. Or, hold on a second. No. The thing I said earlier. Destructors. Bam. Guns, chat. Guns. We're bringing guns. Bam. So now we're at 63 of 66. We could grab more guns, but we won't. Those all require a reload module, so we're going to grab that. Ye old KA2 flywheel. There is a secret that most people did not know that did get fixed, but I don't trust got fixed. And that is if your Leviathan does not have a radar, you're fucked. You're fucked, chat. Nope. I will not be putting a shield on this. I don't have the energy for it. Can you believe that? This is a Leviathan. Still don't have the energy for the shield. You can't eke it out, chat. You can't. I don't have the energy for the Aegis Prime. I just don't have it. Okay. Regardless of any of this garbage, what we're going to bring and we're going to grab is the verifier and the Doppler. There's your Doppler, and there's your verifier. Yeah, that's it. Or, let me think. Technically, I could also bring the Argus. Though I don't think the thing activates the Argus at the right time. I don't know. This is an AI. The AI is dumb. So anything that requires timing, you generally want to avoid putting on your AI-controlled Leviathan because your AI is never going to activate it in time. It's always, like, for example, when your Leviathan spawns in, it will drop its turrets usually immediately. If it sees an enemy, it's just going to duke them on the ground. It's going to, and then that's going to be a problem. Take the Falcon off for the shield. Drop a drone, you say? Drop a drone? This is a Falcon. You got it. Why not? You know what? You got it, Fuyum. I don't even know where I'm going to put the Aegis Prime, but I'll bring it. Why not? Bam. Aegis Prime. Still 1 energy shy. We could throw a choice. Shiveron for faster reloads of the Retchers. Not a bad choice. We could bring the Enlightenment. That is a bad choice. Drop that wannabe Captain America. Hilarious. I think that's all. I really don't think there's any other module that I like. Shiver for the Retchers, maybe? Meh. So, here's the deal. This has to be a fast Leviathan. Like, fast as F, boy. You mean this radar right here? Drones typically need a radar, which is why I'm bringing it. But, yeah. I was considering double radar, which is why I didn't want to blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really matter. All right. Yeah, and that's that. I mean, as that gets, chat, that is it. Has 2 Argus and no Interceptor. What a chad. What a chad. That's right. Hey, look, I built the Argus when the Argus came out. You have to buy the Interceptor. You got to exchange real-life United States dollars for that. I made my Arguses like a year ago or so. Anyway, so this is it. This is what the Leviathan is going to be. It looks pretty simple, right? But the idea behind this Leviathan is very sound. And that sound idea is it's going to shit drones. It's shit drones, chat. That's it. This is going to do that. So the thing is, they're going to try and shoot for the cabin, which means that this averter is going to take splash damage, which is going to be a problem here. So we're going to need to put... So in order to stop damage from hitting the cabin and thus the averter, I care more about the averter than the cabin, we're going to be using frames to push out blast damage from things such as porcupines. So porcupines are definitely going to be used against this. We're going to spread that out. Incinerators are definitely going to be used against this, and there's nothing that can be done about that. Remember, incinerators are bullshit. That's the reason why this isn't going to help that much. I don't know what the Aegis Prime is even going to protect, if I'm being honest. It's going to protect a large part of the Leviathan, which will include both Retchers, I'm certainly sure, because I'm going to do that. But, come on. Greetings, first-time viewer Ardato10. I don't know if you're an actual person, but something tells me that you're one of those guys that's trying to make me do something like subscribe to bigfollows.com. If you are, you've been banned, so you won't be saying anything else later. But if you aren't, and you're somebody who wants to actually say something, go ahead and say something, Ardato10. Anyway, digressions. We're going to want to make this the most cancerous Leviathan ever. Ideas, chat? All right. So before anyone else has ever, if you guys have never made a Leviathan before, I'm going to show you something. And this is how you should go through the trouble of making a Leviathan. And this is what I'm doing. Taking all the stuff and I'm putting it aside. Because where it goes is going to be on the Leviathan. It doesn't need to be right there. It just needs to exist so we know that the energy and the mass and the part limits are being utilized. So where they go physically doesn't matter. You're thinking 25 tempura. Can't do it. Weapon stacking. But you can do a lot of tempura. You can do like 18 or something. So step 1 is what we're doing right now. We're moving all of the weapons that are going to be on this beastie boy and equipment to the side, because it's going to come back later. But for right now, we don't need it. Gonna make Rigel proud. All right, with the exception of the cheetah and the call. These have to be this way. The reason why the cheetah and the call have to be this way is because they're both going to be gaining benefits from the cabin. Or the averter. And I do not want the averter to be destroyed. I would rather they not destroy the averter, because the averter is giving insane amounts of bonuses, giving 30% damage reduction to the call, who should have, at most times, 30% damage reduction. So the goal here is to have 30 on 30 damage reduction to everything. That's not bad. Just so we're clear, I already know, and just so you guys know I know, damage reduction is iterative multiplicative, not multiplicative and not additive. So for those of us, no, not going to put the Apollo there. So for those of us who do not understand what this means, it means that the first set of damage reduction is 30%. The second set of damage reduction is another 30%, but it is 30% off of the 30%, the 70% damage that gets through. Okay? So let's say you do 100 damage, and you go, and I have 2 sets of 30% damage reduction, which is what I'm going to have here. So shot damage comes in, hits. From 100 it goes to 70. After that, you take 30% of 70 off. And that is your final damage taken. It's going to be like 58 or something. To do easy math, all you need to do is take 30% of 30%, and add that to your initial 30%. 1/3, basically, of 30% is 10%. It's like 11 something percent. It doesn't really matter. So in effect, this is going to have around 40% overall damage reduction. So I know that's hard math, and I know that sucks, but it's stupid. I'll actually just do the math right now. 0.3 times 0.3 equals, is it 0.09? Yeah, that's about right. So in reality, this isn't going to be 30% damage reduction. It's going to be 39% damage reduction. Even though this is combining two 30%s, it's not that much. It's 30% of 30%. But the averter is going to be granting the cheetah things. It's going to be crazy. It's going to help. 39% damage reduction is still great. Don't you love when you flip an enemy and are waiting on reload to shoot frames, and then your teammate comes in and flips the enemy and kills you both because the flip guy had stronger guns? Yes. I love it when that happens. That's a thing that I super love the most. The most, chat. I love that. So there are several builds that we have seen live in person here in Leviathan Clan Wars. Or not Leviathan Clan Wars, my apologies. In our fight against Leviathans, right? And what we've done, what we've normally done is, it's not destructors. What's that thing I'm thinking of? It had guns on it. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I was considering machine guns. Machine guns are also a great choice, but I opted against them this time. Maybe I should just go with straight machine guns instead of retchers. Nope. All right. Exhibition. Also, I could have put a scorpion on this. This is gonna be really weird. Anyway, we're just doing this anyway. Doesn't matter. So there are several different types of builds we can create for a Leviathan that fucks. Really? All right. So, and I'm not just gonna copy a Leviathan. I'm showing you what the options are. There's the bust Leviathans. This is a Leviathan type that could be copied. This type. So this is, I would like to call this a Spire Leviathan. Spire Leviathans take all of their weapons, put them in random places, and then they put them high up in the open. Why do they do this? This looks as though your weapons are very vulnerable, right? But it's not. Believe it or not, this kind of build, your weapons are not vulnerable. They're super not vulnerable. One could say your weapons are damn near invulnerable. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Your weapons are exposed. People can just shoot them, pew pew. Against the AI, no. The AI is going to be running at you at top speed, and this is what you have to look at. You get to look at this. Well, what are you going to shoot? Pick your target. And what ends up happening is you end up in a shooting gallery. Every one of these weapons, if you look closely, is on top of a spire that has a significant sum of hit points. They are not like randomly placed. Those are actually extraordinarily strong spires, every one of them. So you've got the mammoth in the front that's sitting on, or mastodon in the front that's sitting on top of the cabin. Each of those retchers is sitting on top of what appears to be a gun mount, which is 300 something hit points, and beneath that is the train plow, and that's on both of the retchers, right? Or that's on one of the retchers. The other retcher is sitting on a bumper. Everything is sitting on something insanely durable. Like, they will take forever to destroy. You can't just destroy the spires and destroy the weapons on this build. This build is actually very, very, very brutal. This is an option to make our build, but not really, because I'm not bringing that many weapons, but is an option. You present your weapons openly because the idea is that players are going to try and snipe them anyway. It doesn't matter where they are because they're eating a boatload of penis. It's very difficult to sniper weapons when there's a dick in your mouth. Like, what's this dick doing in my mouth? It's hard to sniper this bullet. This is a player versus player Leviathan. Not necessarily good against AI. Or good as an AI, but this is a very good player versus player Leviathan, specifically created to eat booster levies. This is the counter to the booster levy. It took a while for the Russians to come up with a counter to the booster levy, but it does exist. This goes counter to typical Leviathan strategies in that you're bringing a lot of close range weapons because you're supposed to crash into their Leviathan, and all of these things fire down on it. Yeah. Fuyum gets it. It's really difficult to land your shots with a dick in your mouth. Trust me, it's hard. It's difficult stuff. Fuyum knows. Fuyum's a really good shot. So, what we have here is the standard booster Leviathan. Sorry, Fuyum, I'm kidding. So, this is what we have is the standard. This is not. Is this a booster Leviathan? Yeah, it's a booster levy. This is your standard bog standard booster levy. They're fucking up because they're bringing arbiters. They don't know what they're doing, but that's fine. It probably functions. It just doesn't function as well as it could. They bring standard heat, and they bring standard heat. You got your guns on top, you got your pew-pew at the bottom. I'm just saying you're accurate, that's all. I don't know how you're supposed to take that, Fuyum. You're accurate. You're a man of accuracy, regardless of circumstance. That's all I'm saying. So what we're saying, this is a terrible Leviathan, not an option. More of the same. So yeah, these are the primary options. Lightning Poe is... no, Lightning Poe. Don't worry. I already know what your Leviathan looks like. You showed off your Leviathan earlier on stream. So this is the thing that Lightning Poe has. This uses retchers and Emily's. By the way, that was my other option. When I was going to... Did you see that, by the way? See how fast Emily's kick ass? Emily's don't care. Emily's just are like, they don't give a shit. They're just like, pew, 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 pew. Like, pew, 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 pew. They're grenade launchers just like the retcher, but they don't count as grenade launchers. So it's your only way to stack GLs. So, Emily's are a choice for Leviathans. And as you know, bam! Drones, chat. Drones. Drones, chat. Drones. So, there you go, Emily. I'm sorry, there you go, Lightning. Your Leviathan has been shown. This is another... booster levy. I'm sorry, this is supposed to be a booster levy, but it's not. This is an energy levy. But they don't understand that the kaiju is not an energy weapon. So a lot of people out there think that the kaiju is an energy weapon. It is not an energy weapon. The kaiju is not an energy weapon. I'm letting everyone know this right now. It is a kinetic weapon. It's the standard bullet. It's standard bullet damage. The kaiju is not an energy weapon. It does not benefit from any energy perks. It does nothing special. It is just a standard bullet weapon. You can use it. Feel free to use it. It's great to use. Do what you want. It is not an energy weapon. Does not do energy damage. All right, just letting you guys know that. It doesn't trigger off of energy perks. Nothing. All right. Splattercake is sending another Leviathan. This is another over-under levy. Does the same shit. The smell may be a little different, but same shit. One thing of note, Leviathans clap cheeks, all of them do. Once you have a lot of freaking weapons on them, they will completely and totally Shrek fools. So nobody tanks Leviathans. It's not a thing. You don't stand there and bang with a Leviathan. You will lose. It doesn't matter how good your build is. I literally went to the trouble of making a max hit point anti-Leviathan build because I thought I was the shit. I put on every possible thing to make my build survive everything that it could. It got clapped in half instantaneously. It survived like 2.5 seconds in front of one of these Leviathans. You do not ever, never do you ever tank a Leviathan. That is not a thing. You can't do it. It's not because of your, it's not a skill or ability gap. It's sheer numbers. This thing brings way too much DPS for anything to possibly stand in front of. Anyway, with all that said, let's continue on with our options. So, chat, we have over-under, we have Spire, and we could do, well, actually, believe it or not, let me check my movement parts. This is the thing that catches a lot of people off guard. And it's actually keeping your Leviathan mobile. You need a lot of movement parts in order to get your Leviathan going. And I don't think I have enough. That's only 6. That might not be enough to keep this Leviathan on its feet, if I'm being completely honest. So, what do we do? What do we do, chat? Many Leviathans run off of Hermits, and by many I mean most. Hermits are a phenomenal wheel, just so we're clear. They are the one that you typically are going to want to go to first and foremost. So what we're going to do is something that I've never done. We're going to try do this off of just 6 wheels. This is not a good idea. Typically, you want to see that little bar there that says tonnage. You want that tonnage bar all the way to the right. Right now, you can see that little red dot, or that red mark letting you know the maximum tonnage. You want that maximum tonnage all the way to the right. If you can get that tonnage to the moon, that's where you want it. You want it right on the moon. You're looking down at Earth and you're smiling down and you're like, oh man, this moon isn't made of cheese. That's where you want your tonnage to be. My tonnage is not there. My tonnage is in a very, very, very bad spot right now. But I think it might be possible to make a medium-sized Leviathan that gets kills and wins. It might be possible. Is it? You and I are going to find out right here, right now, today, chat. We're going to find out. You and I. Mostly me. You guys are going to sit there and make fun of me, as you do. But regardless of that, we're going to start grabbing frame parts. In case you guys are interested, 8x4 frames are the ones you use first and foremost, always. You want to use these up liberally, extensively, and all over the place. And the reason why you want as many of these 8x4 frames is because they have the most hit points. Pretty straightforward. Fuyum is making a sandwich instead. He believes that something sucks. Excellent. Thank you, Fuyum. Thank you for your I don't even know what I'm thanking you for. Good job, Fuyum. Eat that sandwich. Eat it up. Is this because I said that you're an excellent shot earlier? Come on, Fuyum. You're a pretty good shot. All right. We are going to consider where we're going to put these wheels, and we're going to do that in our brains. We could we want them somewhat spaced. Whoa, whoa, hey, 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 hey. That was implied. That was implied that there was a dick in your mouth. You're the one who confirmed it just now. No, I'm kidding. Fuyum doesn't suck dick. Come on, man. That's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm playing with you. All right. I'm just saying you're a good shot. What? All right. We're going to grab these frames. So right now it looks like we're going for more of a long build. By the way, it's very difficult for you to... You don't want your Leviathan to ever run out of movement parts. That's embarrassing. Like, I've never seen it happen, but that's something that I super don't want to have happen ever. Like, that sounds like a problem. So, just so we're clear, most of the firepower coming at your Leviathan, well, it's player-controlled. So, in reality, player-controlled fire is not going to be the most accurate, which is fine. So, we'll just consider it. We'll keep that in consideration. We don't want anything coming off of the main body, under any circumstances, to be off of one frame, because of the way damage is. Internal wheels do function, and I think we're going to go for that. How do you get the CKs? CKs for which? Which CKs are you referring to, my friend? It's true, Bigfoots do have 2 CKs. Don't hermits have a CK? I would have sworn hermits had a CK. I would have sworn it. But in general, someone somewhere, most CKs either A, come in a battle pass, B, are gifts from Gaijin, or C, you purchase them in the shop. I don't even know if you can you even go to the market and get a CK? I think you might be able to, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm looking under the wrong thing. Hold on. I guess you can't get it from market. I guess you have no choice but to get your CKs via the ways I said. So you cannot buy them from the market. CKs require USDs only. Holy crap. There it is, chat. The meta. I have all the CKs you want? What are you talking about? I knew it was for the Lunar 4. Excellent. Anyway. Well, every CK you see here either comes from the ones that were gifted, or opened in a chest, or came from a gift from Gaijin or something like that. I have not purchased any CKs. Which is sad because I'm soon not going to be able to use this because I'm going to sell my Reaper. I can't use this because I sold all my whatever's. I do use this. I'm sad because I picked up like this one instead of the other Thunderbolt CK because actually I thought it would look better. This is actually a pretty cool CK that you got in the previous Battle Pass. Anyway, back to what we're doing. That's true, Fuyum. Those are all pretty good CKs. I think all of those, yeah, they all came from, except for the mace? No, not the mace. Except for the, well, they all came in chests, or crates, when, whatever, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's get back to making this terrible, terrible, terrible Leviathan. All right, one moment. It might be terrible, or it might be good, who knows? I want the sledge CK? I don't know. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to spread this out, because what we do not want is frames of similar hit point values taking damage at the same time. So we want to spread them out as much as possible. And then we're going to grab more frame, in this case 6x4 frame. Do I want it shorter in any dimension? Not really. Kinda don't. The sledge CK with red bullets? Yeah, I don't have that, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Greetings, Heavily Gamer. How's it going, my man? We're making a Leviathan, one of the worst that you will ever see. Could be bad. Or could make me money. Could make me money. Make me some more copper. By the way, I super care about that. He says, I super care about making more copper. That's a thing that I give a crap about. That's my most important resource, copper. Copper has always been worthless, chat. I don't know why it's a resource in the game. It is worse than scrap. Like copper and scrap are your two basic resources? No, that's not true. Scrap is the only one that matters. Copper exists, air quotes, question mark. I'm like, does it exist? Does it? Air quotes, question mark? I don't know. We're going to make this a nice broad spectrum. Nope. We want to make sure that we have a lot of hit points. Holding together ye old framey bits. So the point behind this much frame is so that they don't even consider trying to frame you. Like, when people look at it, you're like, oh shit, alright, we're just fighting it. Like standard Leviathan BS, where you see Leviathan and you're like, well, we're fighting it. That's what we're looking for. That is the degree of hopelessness that you want to induce upon your opponent, where they just don't even give a shit. They're like, well, we're fighting it. We know we're fighting it because we saw what it looks like. That's the objective. Alright, let's see how she handles. Alright, so far it is functional. Couple things I would change. Off the bat, I'm going to immediately bring those wheels back in. I think I'm going to... I want the wheels closer in so they're not at the edges of the vehicle. One of the things that you don't want is to have your wheels exposed, just in general. This is a faster Leviathan. It's not the fastest Leviathan, but it's a faster Leviathan. Most players hate faster Leviathans, though the downside to having a faster Leviathan is that it usually typically has less hit points. This is true, and in this case, it's going to have less hit points than normal, but this is going to be counteracted by the fact that it's going to have 39% damage reduction basically at all times. So 39% more hit points with, we're going to aim towards 8,000? 8,000, 8k-ish hit points? So 8,000, 39% of 8,000, we'll just do some math here. Times 1.39, it should have about 11,120 hit points if we get 8k, which is what we're aiming for. So an 11,000 hit point Leviathan is not bad. That is about bog standard average for a Leviathan. Oh, yep. Already looked at that. Impulse, you added a radio. Hey, he added a radio. Nice. Splat a cake. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Wait a minute. Your build looks awfully similar to the one I ripped off from you. Anyway. Honorable mention to me. Alright. We're going to move... Let's think it through, chat. How do we want to do this? We're going to move everything back to... Get rid of this. In fact, we're going to do this. William, I would have sworn you hated the fact that everyone ripped you off. Yeah, hold on a minute. Timeout. Flag on the play. 5-yard penalty. William, you hated the fact everyone ripped you off. Remember, you're like, I accidentally left my melee build on the exhibition and everyone is copying it? I recall these words. Like, you said them. You were really, really mad. You were like, these guys, they copying me. All these haters. Greetings, Holich18. I am all right. How are you? Right now, I'm attempting to make a Leviathan build. We'll see if it works. It's going to be dicey. Is there enough room to fit a wheel in there? We're going to find out. No. Nope. We're going to grab 2 individual sets of 6x frame. 1 and 2. We're going to mount these to those. All right. So the wheels are closer in. This is good and bad. It's good because the wheels are closer in, so it means I can actually build out to protect them, and I will. But it's bad because the wheels are now closer in, yada, yada, yada words. And also the wheels are closer to the cabin, and they're going to be aiming at that cabin regardless. lot of cake sending me more stuff. The fire truck. Yep. Which build, Fuyum? Your primary melee build? That would be an interesting challenge, to be sure. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to protect the wheels. As you do. So the interesting thing here is, okay, I've made the decision. We're going to be a somewhat Spire build. So here's the reason why we're doing a Spire build. Two reasons. One, drones, such as the Annihilators, etc., need clear space to the sky. So having spaces there works just fine. The turrets that we're going to be dropping can go more or less anywhere. However, and this is something I learned, you cannot put turrets that high off of the ground. So what that means is if you have a turret, like a box, and you put it like 13 or 14 pins above the ground, it physically can't actually place the turret. The turret doesn't detect the ground within its radius and will not place. The only relic I have is the Scorpion. And I only have the Scorpion, the one Scorpion. I wish I had the more Scorpions, but I only have the one Scorpion. I hope that answers your question. I'm sorry if it disappoints. We're going to grab... We could grab more frame, but remember, so the reason why you don't want to overdo it on frame, you want to do it on frame, but you don't want to overdo it on frame. You know what I mean? So the reason why you do not wish to overdo it on frame is because every piece of frame that you put down is one more piece that you cannot put as armor. That's how valuable armor is when you're making a Leviathan. You basically want it. You want it. W-A-U-N-T, you want it. But you're like, that's not how you spell want. Shut up. Shut up, Chad. Talking. The adults are talking. They're talking down to you right now, Chad. I'm kidding. We're going to move these back in, even though it feels wrong. Feels wrong to do it. Sorry, such a disappointment. Outstanding. Thank you, Fuyum. This is about that, like, dick-sucking comment from earlier, isn't it? You're never going to let that go. Like, oh, I've been sucking on all this dick, and now you won't beat me or just won't let it go. Come on, man. Let it go. I let it go. He will never let that dick go, Chad. I'm kidding. All right. All right. We're going to protect the front, which is likely the most damaged side with these. We're going to protect the rear. 2x6s. You weren't the one with a dick in your mouth. You weren't there. You don't know, man. Fair enough. All right, all right. Splattercake be inundating me with a ton of builds. He stole this bulldog thing and he turned it into the Fastion. Something tells me he's got a cheetah on it. It's got to have a cheetah somewhere, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Weird. Interesting. All right. So this is more or less the base. It doesn't look bad. It looks somewhat like a Showfix City Scout from Star Control or something like that. All right, the upsides and the downsides. The upsides, it's mobile. The downsides, I still don't like the wheel placement. I'm never going to like that. So, whatever. People are going to shoot in. They're going to take their shots. It's what they do. Honestly, it is what it is. So, we're going to take ye old Annihilator drones. So, wherever we put the Annihilators, there needs to be a hole to the sky. And therein is where things get dicey. So, and this is also a lot of frame. I'm not going to lie. That is a lot of parts to dedicate to frame. This is a lot of frame dedicated parts. So, wait, what are you doing here? That's where my other random frame was that I was looking for this whole damn time. I was looking for this. There we go. All right. So we're going to quickly save this. If I had a spot, which I do. Save it as work in progress. Bam. Okay. So first and foremost, what are we going to do with the cheetah? So the cheetah is interesting in that it's too high up. We're going to treat this similar to how we would play a normal game of Crossout and realize that that's just far too vulnerable. It can't be that high. The cheetah is important because this is a drone build. Most of the weapons are drones, so this thing needs to launch more stuff. It probably is going to keep moving. And we're going to drop that down to there. Boom. So now this is attached, and the cheetah is somewhat below the waterline. Should be lower, doesn't necessarily have to be. Most of the time, people aren't going to be aiming at the engine regardless because they don't know or they don't care. Though it could drop even lower, and I'm going to do that. Thing. It doesn't have to touch the cabin. So now we have an open hole. What we're going to do is we're going to flip it so it looks flush. And so the average player, the average video game player, is never going to see it. They're going to be too busy shooting the cabin. They're going to be like, I'm shooting the cabin, meh. And now we have utilized the averter to its maximum potential. Ish. We're going to grab, I don't know. For some reason, y'all wanted me to use this, so I'm using it. So, bam, we're going to put it there, even though that's a terrible place for it. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's a terrible place for it. People might wonder, why is this a terrible place for it? In case you're wondering, anything that hangs out over the lip of your cabin will take incidental damage. Incidental damage meaning AoE damage, cannons, retchers, fire, lightning, dog shit, bananas, people throwing all sorts of stuff. It's gonna get hit. And this thing does not have very many hit points. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna consider moving something around. That would have to be the cheetah backwards or the cabin forwards. And for that, we're gonna move the cabin forwards. Because this thing has multiple connection points facing up, we're just simply going to move the cabin forward 1. Not that big of a difference, but it works. That gives us something that we can put in the back here that's going to receive the 30% damage bonus for durability. We're going to grab the most durable part we can find and attach that. That's either going to be the freight train plow or nothing. Come on, freight train plow. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, baby. No, the freight train plow refuses to fit. All right, so the freight train plow does not go, so we're going to consider the train plow for a moment. Yes, put a fuel tank there. You know me. We could put back-to-back train plows facing upwards as the base of one of the spires for a weapon. That's not a bad idea. We're going to go back to the exhibition and take a look at that spire build for one moment, because this is the reason why you should use the exhibition to make builds. You shouldn't download and copy them, because then it doesn't make a build that you made. You're just copying someone else's shit. No. What you should do, though, is if you don't know the answer to something, go and look so you know the answer. Well, what answer am I looking up? You may wonder. What does Cardboard Ninja need to know? Because I didn't do this math, even though I could do this math. I need to count the number of pins high weapons are. Now, why is this thing a spire build with all these weapons, all these heights? It's to keep the weapons from being affected by the incinerator. That's the reason why they're so high up. So it looks like it takes a train plow plus a... Am I right about this? I'm looking at the far right. Yeah, it looks like it's the train plow plus a gun mount. Train plow, gun mount, -1. So there's your train plow. Gun mount. -1 usually. So this is a gun mount on edge. Gun mounts on edge are 4, so technically I can gun mount on edge 3, and that should technically work. And that should be the height of a weapon platform, if that makes any sense. And I'm using that based off of this guy's height of his, what is this, destructor over here? That's what I was counting up on this side. The reason why I test drove is because I couldn't see it, and I turned it to look directly at this right there. Technically it can be higher. No? Yeah, 1 higher is the best you're going to do. Everything else appears to be at about that height. Or 1 lower. So train plow gun mount or train plow gun mount -1. The only problem is your top speed will dip. I'll drop it from 119 to 113. What are you talking about? It's better than my old HAL version with 113. Wait, Fuyam, are you talking about your current melee build? What are we talking about right now? Since this is the spire that is in the middle, we're just going to go train plow gun mount. Call it good. And we're going to put a gun on top. What are we thinking, chat? We've got destructors, we've got retchers, and those are it. Those are our direct fire weapons. We're gonna put a retcher on top. I don't care. Bam. Retcher. You're dreaming of the Griffin. Gotcha. That ye old I dream of genie stuff. And while we're here, we're going to put up another retcher because we are here. Other than this, I do want to make use of this other damage reduction node. But for what? I don't know. Typically, we'd want to put something ultra durable there. And by typically, I mean always. That's because the damage reduction node is a percentage. And percentages are, they work better with higher numbers. Right? So this freight train plow, for example, it has 857 durability. 30% of 857 is far more than 800% of 163. 30% of 163 is basically a little more than 40 something. It's garbage. But 30% of 856 is a lot. So that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Like that's a ton. That's a ton of health. Dr. Malthus, thank you for the follow. You shall henceforth be forever referred to respectfully as chat. Welcome to the chat. All right, so I'd like to use that, but I don't have to use that. However, now that I'm doing the math, this opens up the averter to incidental damage. So the options are averter to incidental damage or Aegis to incidental damage. Either way is a bad decision. This is what's known as a lose-lose, chat. I lose in either case. So to protect the averter, I will be putting something there directly, specifically to protect the averter. And that's probably going to be this fuselage. And that's a waste of a part, but that part could probably end up saving the averter, which could save the build. All right. So far, so good. Let's see how she drives. As per standard, you just test it to see. This is going to fire like 4 shots and then be done. It's going to fire no shots, by the way. Why isn't this not shooting? Guys, do you know? Would anyone like to know why this thing is being lazy and not firing? I'll tell you. The reason why this thing is being lazy and not firing is because the brain of your Leviathan is your radar. Your Leviathan will not fire at anything it does not see. If it sees it, it will fire, but it can only see things that your radar shows it. This is very important. If you make a Leviathan and you've launched your Leviathan 10, 20, 30 times and you get nothing and it keeps dying and you don't know why, the answer is because you did not put a brain on your Leviathan. That is correct, Stevie Marak. It is blind. In order for your Leviathan to fight back as an AI Leviathan that you launch and deploy into missions, the most important thing you put on it is a radar. If you don't have one, make one. If you have one, bring 2. Like, it's important sometimes to have a lot of radar in your build. In fact, normally, I do have a primary and a secondary radar on my Leviathans because if you lose one and you only have one, you're fucked. Actually, I just realized something. Perfect. Fixed, chat. We are fixed. Problem solved. Problem solved. 30% more damage or durability on a 431%. 41. Mwah, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Use the Doppler instead of, I don't even know what your next word is, Stevie Marak, because you're wrong. You always, no, never mind, you're right. Use the Doppler instead of anything. It's amazing, you're right. Shut me right up. Yeah. So, you shut me up. Well done, Stevie Marak. So a couple things could be changed about this. I don't necessarily need this much frame. I could reduce the amount of frame, but I will not. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. William says, Aggressor was just a better overall over Howl, but I won't get any extra damage from the Griffin, but I only have a few counters to lock on weapons and the like. Out of Cloak, I gotta take some damage, and since I don't have a Cheetah, I can only cycle Interceptor and Cloak on a few things. Imagine Cloak plus Interceptor plus Griffin. I already imagined that. That's a good choice. Alright, so we are going to grab Ye Old Armor. We're going to set this 1 lower, as we know. It can be that plus this minus 1. And we're going to set this here. And we're going to grab a second Retcher. And we're going to place that right on top. Bang. Bang on Retcher, chat. This should be 1 lower. It is. Excellent. Varying heights of weapons. Why do we do that? So for those of us who are brand new to the video game, you might wonder, why do you put your weapons at different heights? It's because players suck. If you've ever been a player, like myself, or yourself, or Fuyum, or anybody else in chat, you know you're bad at the game. Everyone's bad at the game. You're human. The error is human. So you're going to miss. People miss, right? So, by putting things at different heights, it makes it so it's harder for them to aim at the right thing. I know it sounds silly, but it is what it is. It do what it do. Let's see here. I already know, just so I'm just going to double up, make sure I am doing the right stuff. Yep, he's just using a bunch of structurals to make his stuff go up. Makes sense. Makes sense. Structurals and or, what's it called? Where's his cabin? Oh, his cabin's way in the front. Most interesting, chat. Very most interesting. Imagine cloak plus, oh yeah. Miss you die, that's true. So we're going to double up on all of these things. So this is the other thing that I'm going to show you guys. When you make a Leviathan, here is how you do it. Ready? Steady? Here we go. Whenever you make a Leviathan, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. You're going to set aside a bunch of parts. You've already seen the weapon set aside. You're like, yeah, I've seen that. I'm going to go AFK. Don't go AFK just yet. Also, set aside the following things. Every one of your APC parts. Set aside the following things. If you have them, all of your crane side lefts. If you have them, all of your crane side rights. All of them. All of them. All of your container walls. All of your truck doors. Set them aside. Just set them. You know why? You are bringing them. Why am I saying these specific parts? Notice up here, I am ordering by durability. By amount of hit points taken, I am sorting my inventory. You grab everything that gives hit points to your build, starting from the top, and you place them because you are bringing them. 100%. It doesn't matter how you feel about the part. It doesn't matter if you're like, this part owes me $5. Screw your $5. You're bringing the part. You're bringing this part. You're bringing them. You just go down the list. Doesn't matter. I'm not even thinking right now, chat. Not even thinking. I'm just clicking down the parts because I'm bringing them. Full stop. Full stop. Because they are the most hit points you can get. Every Leviathan should be built off of the parts that grant you the most hit points. Full stop. There is no argument here. It's a simple way of building Leviathan. And it's functional. Because you're going to use a boatload of hit points. Have you ever noticed all the Leviathans you fight have a ton of hit points? This is how they get them. They always build with every single part that they can get their hands on that has the most hit points. And you'll note, I'm not looking for things lower. I'm not grabbing bumpers. Screw that shit. You're grabbing the things that give the most HPZs. Every HP that you grab, every one of them goes directly to your cabin. And you need it. You need it, chat. You freaking need it. And the reason why I do this in this order is because I've already placed all of the weapons. So the parts have already been set aside for the weapons necessary. Weapons and components. They're already over there, just strewn about. But you need these that are to go onto your build. And you absolutely deadass need them based on hit points and hit points alone. So you might be wondering, but wait a minute, Cardboard Ninja, you're not setting aside bumpers. Shut up, chat. Shut up. I don't need you to tell me that. Thank you for reminding me, though. The reason why you set aside bumpers for later is because bumpers are specific. They don't add to your total hit points, but they do add structural hit points. Structural hit points are important in this case, especially on this build, because these things are going up on top of those structural parts. They're going high and tight, as it were, if I recall, is the phrase. It's what people did when they drank back in the 80s, but it doesn't really matter. So that's what we're doing. We're doing good Leviathan building. Doing it to techno. All right. So, if ever you've been curious as to why your Leviathan may or may not be underperforming, the reason why your Leviathan may or may not be underperforming is because you didn't bring all of the parts that have the highest HP stat. You want those available. So far, we've grabbed the highest hit point frames. We've grabbed the highest hit point parts, and we are going to associate. We're going to just throw these on this thing. Just throw them. Just throw them. It doesn't matter where they go. It doesn't. I mean, it does a little, but it doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, a little bit it does, but it doesn't. You're just going to throw those high hit point parts directly onto that bitch. And that's how you're going to have your Leviathan. You figure out how it looks, all that good stuff, later. You know these parts are going onto your Leviathan. You don't want anything that looks funny. You're like, oh man, this part looks so cool, I like it. Fuck that part. Fuck that part. That is not the part you want to use. If the one part has one more hit point than the other part, you use the part that has one more hit point. I hope that makes sense to you, chat. nose cut, the power slide. Ooh, the bully bumper. Wait, that's a bumper now, isn't it? Dang. The Harate, the minivan panels. So right now we're getting into the 60s, and that's right about when I know I'm running out of parts. I know I'm going to run out of parts in around the 60s. So once we get down here. But we're still going to grab them. We're going to set them up. Because, yeah. And the best part is, if you lay out your parts like this, then it doesn't really matter which ones you grab. You can grab them in any order. As long as every one of these parts ends up over here before the end of the day, we're good. We are currently sitting at how many parts? 158 of 180. Oof. This is gonna be close, chat. Not gonna lie to you. This is gonna be close no matter what we do. But let's do it. Notice how the reason why I said durability, you do not care. You don't care about mass. You don't. We're gonna need to care about mass soon, but we don't care about mass. I don't care about mass. You care about mass, chat? Some of my favorite parts, most difficult to use on Leviathans right there. All right, we are basically at mass cap. Oof. That is a surprisingly annoying situation. Normally my Leviathans are very good at not being at mass cap. All right, so a couple things we've learned. We're not putting the retchers up there. We just learned that just now. Does anyone know why? How did we learn that, chat? The retchers should, under all circumstances, be within this damage bubble. That is what we learned. So what we're going to do is we're going to lower our retchers just so that they're within the damage bubble. We're going to put guns up there, but the retchers, being the highest damaging weapon that we know of, we're putting those lower. So we're going to put something else up here, but the retchers are going to go. We only have 5 direct fire weapons. So we'll grab a destructor. And a destructor. And we may wish to lower this. We don't actually have to have them this high, but, you know. It works. It works. Alright, so we can pick locations that we want on this build to have our retchers. However, we want them to be within this circle. We also, simultaneously, and this is key, don't want anything in the way of the retchers. What that means is this retcher should have 180-degree view and not look at this. Like, it shouldn't see this. It shouldn't see this. This is the reason why I wanted the retchers on top of those spires. So what we're going to actually do, we could either A, lower the retchers and make it so it's a spire build but lower to the ground. But that kind of defeats the purpose of a spire build. Or B, we can build even higher up and build the retchers upside down. Upside down retchers could be interesting. We could put the upside down retchers up there with the Aegis. Aegis up top, protecting the retchers up high. We could have a roof, chat. Rooftop Leviathan. It's an option. I like to keep my options open. What do you guys think? We're going to consider that. Might be a little complex for what we're trying to achieve right here. But, oh yeah, also we're going to sort by type. We're going to grab every gun mount. We're going to grab the buggy floors. We're going to grab something known as printed parts. If you have these printed parts, the right and left elbow, grab them. As they are very important. Our options are, what do we do with that shield generator, chat? We can make this a hat build or not. Oh your gosh, Friendship Money, what's up? So one of the things that we can do is we could make a multifaceted multi-platformed spiky thing. You know, actually, this might actually end up looking a lot like a board cube. If this looks like a board cube, then I will have actually made good on my promise to a friend of mine who has constantly been asking for a board cube. Amazing. a mysteriously appearing wagon, and you go to a park. Good question, Severe Mac. The answer is no. Amazing. Well, I mean, we could have a roof. It would technically protect the retchers, but it would also block retcher shots, and I don't like doing that. I don't like blocking retchers, chat. In fact, we could low mount the retchers and just say, do it, right? We're gonna lowball it. We're gonna lowball it. Nope. Retchers go on top of printed parts. Gun mount. Grab a retcher. We're gonna spin this around. That is technically in the shield. Just marry a retcher, please. Retchers don't know how to cook. So, we're gonna lower these retchers again. Oof. We're gonna lower these retchers again. This is gonna be tough, chat. We can center it, but I don't like the idea of centering it, but I will. You want to keep your build as asymmetrical and as random as frackin' possible so that people can't get a bead on whatever they want to shoot at. They're like, what am I doing? And they start just throwing damage in at random, and that's what you want. You want them to throw damage into your build literally at random, because at that point they're not controlling what they're shooting. This makes the retcher in the shield ish. The reason why I gotta say ish is because it's not 100% in the shield, you know what I mean? We're gonna place the other retcher in the back. And we're gonna place that on top of this, and we're gonna grab a bumper. We're gonna grab a strong bumper. Defensive perimeter is a good bumper. Sorting bumpers by durability. Things like the freight train plow is probably going to come along. We'll see. I might not. I actually might not. Oddly enough. But we are definitely going to bring small plows. Because we need strong spires. We're going to be bringing the screeners. Definitely. We're going to be bringing the APC bumpers. I know what you guys might be looking at, which is the parts limit plus. We are now overweight. This is the reason why we laid everything out, chat. We're going to go to the thing that gives the least hit points, which is these. There should be something that gives 62. Yeah, these are the same. And we're going to remove these. Because we still have more building to do. Thank you, Subimarak. They gotta be high. It's so interesting what scares kids. My daughter's terrified when the Pixar lamp looks at you. I'd be scared too, chat. Oh god. It's looking right at you. Just so we're clear though, I don't want everyone to think that retchers are the end-all be-all weapon in this video game. They are not. They are a good weapon. They are a phenomenal weapon. They are not the best weapon. But wait, Cardboard Ninja, what is the best weapon? Why have you assholes not been looking at my tier lists? I'm kidding. I haven't made a weapons tier list. Let's see here. This is actually not worth using. The off-road bumper is significantly better. All right, we're going to keep these bumpers out and these parts out as we continue. Grab retcher number 2. Placed. We're going to grab, because retchers require these, we're just going to place them down real fast to see how this is going to fire. That should fire fine. Ish. Okay, cool. What we're going to do is, because the Leviathan is going to travel in one particular direction, we're going to move this back and over. We're going to move this here. The exact same setup, but this allows the retcher there to be able to fire forward. Yes, it's got a forward-right firing arc problem, but that's fine. This allows it to engage more or less from the rear, which is everyone's preferred form of engagement. We can set a third tower, which will be the third and final spire, wherever we please. And in this case, it can be low and in front. It could be in the back and to the side. Because we only have one gun that requires a spire left. Off-road bumper looks like it's one of those. Yeah, it does. The off-road bumper does look like it's off of a car for kids, but eh. It's a good structural part. Bam. Anyway, we're going to, because of the last spire. This is a retcher, so we definitely, hold on, control. Bam. We do want this to have a print part. Printed on printed is better. There we go. Later, Civimarak. Thank you for stopping by. Unfortunate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave. Wait a minute. Anyway. I'm not objectifying my chat. My chat shouldn't be objects in the first place. Just realized that that retcher is not within the cone of friendship. There's a problem. What's the height here? We're looking at 6, so we should find a 6 spot for that. We can also put our Apollo just floating somewhere. It won't matter. Believe it or not, when you're making a Leviathan, a lot of things that when you make a normal build that do matter, they just don't. They just don't matter as much. All of a sudden, you're like, what? But the generator is important. It is not. It's not important. It just suddenly becomes completely irrelevant where it goes. We're looking for a 6 high. We got a 4 high. Pretty sure there's a 6 high in here. No, actually not. These are like 7 highs. Yeah, those are 7 highs. Oh, I know what the 6 high is. It's these things. Oh. Wait, these might be 6 highs. Yeah, these. Friendship is magic. Magic is heresy. Burn the witch. That's what I'm saying. There you go. I'm debating this. Debate's probably over. I'm just going to move this forward, even though that seems terrible. We're going to move... We can spread the retchers out more. But this has to be within the circle. It has to be. Otherwise, I wasted my time putting this here. So if this is going to be on a spire, it's going to be on basically what equivalent of that, and it's going to be closer. It's got to be. The closer to the middle, the higher it can be, but... that physically is not close enough. Is that in the shield? Barely in the shield. I don't think this is going to matter that much, honestly. People, if they're dedicated in trying to take off the retchers, they're going to take them off. I left my wheat bread next to the wax lamp in the kitchen, and can anyone guess what happened? I don't know. There you go. Did it get all waxy? I guess. I mean... communism. Did communism happen? That'd be terrible if communism just happened. I'm gonna throw that bumper down. Believe it or not, I don't need the right elbow, but I do for the final laser. It just got stale, that's it? That's the end of the story? Would you believe that I thought something worse was gonna happen? I genuinely thought that something crazy was gonna end up happening. It's like, and then aliens or something. Alright. Not gonna lie, Fuyum has the best stories. It looks as though this guy moderately protects the base of some of them. At least the Scorpion he super seems to protect. I should have considered putting a Scorpion on this. Oh, snap. That's something that I forgot. We're going to get rid of these, and we're going to grab the ammo crates that are supposed to go here. Thanks, chat. Always forget. Never forget the ammo crates. Ammo crates can actually be suspended in their own platforms. Like, all of these things don't have to be anywhere near anything. Like, they could just be anywhere. Sure. There's probably a better way of putting that, but whatever. Though I think that's actually where I want to put the last laser turret. There we go. We've got our random lasers all over the place. Backed up by retchers and a shield. Alrighty. Now we need to place the ammunition somewheres. Reload module. Somewhere. Reload modules doesn't have to, you don't have to really worry about it. It's not something people are going to aim at. The RN seals are a problem, though. I don't want those removed, but fire is coming in regardless of where you put it. But all in all, this is effectively the Leviathan. We can put something in front of the front and something in front of the back, most likely more frame. I can consider using lighter frame in certain circumstances. Also, I'm going to invert this. No, I'm going to invert one of them. And that's going to be asymmetrical as F, and you're not going to understand why until I tell you. The reason why I'm inverting this on one of them, even though this is probably going to change the way this drives a little, is because you do not want to lose a single piece of frame and lose two wheels. You will regret that. Alright, so far so good, but the primary firepower has yet to be added. The question is, do I care about these small plows? Maybe. So the objective here is to just absorb damage, because damage is coming in no matter what you do. You can't control that, right? Why can this not go there? Oh, that's not even. Yeah, it's just to absorb damage. And so when people fire their retchers in, because the retchers are what people are going to use to shoot down your parts, because they're jerks, you just want to have it hit stuff that is just absorbing it. Don't hate, appreciate. Right. I'm gonna put this here. All right, it's time to start putting these drones in. So the drones can be put low or they can be put high. They can be put more or less anywhere. Wherever you put them, though, they need to have an open view to the sky. You typically want to put a hole in the frame so they're lower than the frame in order to achieve your goal. That could work. I don't like it, but that could work. So in this instance, we're going to use this. Gotta get creative, chat. Undermounting stuff can be a bitch. One of those times. What? We'll go here, but you won't go here. Thank you. We're gonna grab one of these. Odds are unlikely that's going to take damage, but as we're going to use undermounted weaponry, we're going to want to make sure that it's protected to a degree that we are happy with. This shouldn't peak up. This should be one lower. There we go. There it is. We're going halvesies. Hermits could give more tonnage, but I don't need more tonnage. Gonna grab an Annihilator drone. Bam. The Annihilator drone should be flush with everything right there. I could potentially drop this one more, but I don't think I need to. No, nope. That's as low as it gets. We're gonna grab a random armor piece. We're gonna place it staggered. So anyone looking at this wouldn't know that there's something being protected down there. Not that it matters, because they're going to be flailing shots in all willy-nilly, because that's how players play. They're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to very specifically aim at this giant monstrosity. No, they're just going to shoot. They're going to shoot, chat. They're just going to shoot. Hermits can be makeshift armor and tonnage, but I don't need it. Interestingly enough, even though it looks like I'm over limit, I won't be by the end of this. Let's give her a test. Because the thing is, I want this to be one of the faster Leviathans out there. It's important that this thing keep on moving. That way it can keep on a-groovin', chat. Harassing people, hitting them hard, dropping drones, continuously recycling its drones. Now the issue here is I don't have any Genesises, or Genocide, right? Once this thing is up to speed, it's pretty deadly. And the faster your Leviathan moves, there's an advantage to this. The faster that your Leviathan tears about the battlefield, the better. Now, there's an upside and downside to all this. The upside is you need a cheetah in order for drones. If this were if I were being more serious about this Leviathan, I would want to make it all weapons. And all the weapons would be buffed by an oppressor. But yeah, so this thing's got shields, it can raise them, it's got drones, it can send them. So far, so good. People live in Alabama really live the same must be a great way. My parents live at the campground, and the first time I met the campground nurse, she told me not to bring any men of color to her campground. Completely out of nowhere. Was it? Was it out of nowhere? You opened that with Alabama. Never mind. All right, we're good here. Was it out of nowhere? Doesn't seem out of nowhere. It does not seem like it was completely out of nowhere. Does it? Does it sound like that was completely out of nowhere? Nowhere implies that there was. Who could have foreseen? Like, this is one of those situations where it's like no one could have foreseen this situation occurring. It's completely out of nowhere. Was it? Was it? I think, Friendship Bunny, I don't believe that this has anything to do with you. I believe that would be a warning to everyone. I think that that individual may have been saying that as a generic greeting, in general, to anyone. You know? No, nope. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Something tells me it's a generic, just a generic greeting. Greetings, welcome to my campground. Ahem. The words you just said, right? That feels like that's what occurred. It feels like that's just a generic thing in the place where your story is, you know? Ah, dang it. Is there like no way to fit this without... I really wanted that to work, chat. Dr. Malthus, if you need permission to post a link, let me know. And I will give you permission. What do you want to post, my man? Nightbot slaps down just about everybody. Sorry about that. Where'd my drone go? Wait, how do you know there was a link to that? That would be remarkably hilarious if that were the case. Let's actually just see what this firepower looks like. I think that I'm enjoying this somewhat. That's the best kind of joke. Oh my god, that's gonna completely mess this thing up. So the objective of this Leviathan will be to beat them with only the drones on hand. Which is to say, few. It's gonna have a few drones on hand, but the objective of this Leviathan will be to drive around, pop invuln continuously, if it survives, which it should, and constantly poop drones until it runs out of drones. Farmers only. The sheer fact that there is a dating-only website for farmers means so many interesting things are you find out about this. One, it means that there's ladies out there who specifically only want to smash farmers. Like, they're like, yeah, I'd like a man who farms. It's like, oh, holy crap, okay. Ancestry.com. Oh! Holy crap, Dr. Malthus. I should VIP you just for that joke. Well done. Well done. That was an excellent joke. That was most good. Alright. So, first things first, so we all are aware. Jesus Christ, William. You're not wrong. So, what's durability? 128? 139. We're going to be using a bunch of these little sneaky parts. We're going to replace these, because we're going to need them, with what we call sneak distributors. Kind of want to protect the wheel, so we'll do that. A little bit of random damage protection. We're going to put stuff. Nice. The only downside to doing all of this for you, chat, is that I will not be able to show you the results until tomorrow. So I apologize in advance for not being able to do that. What is this? This is a DT Cobra. We're going to grab another DT Cobra on the other side, having it facing out. Then we're going to have another DT Cobra. I believe there's 4. There should be 4. There it is. Should I put these clustered? Probably not. They're hard enough to see, but should be less clustered or more clustered. Okay, so far so good. Weapons don't seem to overlap. The only downside with turrets, so just so we're clear, the only downside with turrets is that when your Leviathan spawns, it has a tendency to drop all the turrets immediately. And that could be a problem. But sending little drones and little balls all over the place is going to be really annoying. While I do not like the way the Retchers and the Destructors are aiming, tis what it is. Also, one of the Destructors is not aiming right now because I didn't put on the Apollo. We can put the Apollo more or less anywhere. It doesn't truly matter. If they blow it up, they blow it up. So yeah, this is what basically the full firepower of the build looks like. It's got triple Destructor, double Retcher, a bunch of drones that seemingly are annoying as hell. We'll find out if this works. You know what I could do, chat? Well, now that I'm thinking about it, this could be massively set to the side of grenades instead of just having the turrets. Like, I could choose to drop the turrets and instead have the drones. Or instead bring Emily's. I know what you're thinking. Why? Well, the idea is Emily's are grenades, right? This thing's using grenades, right? I've got grenade drones, right? A build can only take so many grenades, is what I'm saying. People don't like being hit with grenades because grenades eventually tear builds apart. Like, they just do it very well. So, I'll put that on the back burner as an idea, as a grenade idea. In the meantime, we shall keep placing our stuff. That actually does not need to be down there. I can just grab the last grenade droner and place it. Right here. Bam. Alright. Now we just need to armor it up, and it's good to go. F pyres. So nothing should be placed in front. Everything should go to either side. Yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking with gasoline. For each drone launched, this thing gets 10% damage reduction up to 30%, so that's where this thing's strength lies. Currently we're up to 1,000 hit points, which is not that high, but we haven't put anything on this build yet. We hope that this thing is going to keep moving and constantly cycle its abilities. We want to put the iron seals in here somewhere. That's what I was doing. We'll just put the iron seals low. And this thing is just a throwaway, it doesn't really matter. It could be in the front, it could be in the back, but it should not matter. It does, because it's too low, god damn it. The ammo crates for the Retchers can go up high. They don't have to... They can go high, but we're going to try and keep them at relative height. I do want to protect the wheels. because that's more or less the lifeblood of this particular Leviathan. The issue with the drone cars, you cannot control what they pick. They pick, and then they never choose anything you want. They'll pick whatever they want. Subscribe for ad-free viewing. Hint, hint. For you. I figure incest in Alabama is like polygamy in Utah. What's happened to my chat? Chat! What the hell, chat? Jesus, chat. Y'all can't do that, but do what you want. Gives him the nod, walks away. Oh, Jesus. And that was the last I ever heard of Cardboard Ninja. Channel is taken away by the Twitch gods. You're helping me talk about Crossout? Oh, thank you, Friendship Bunny. Oh, God. William. There's a solid 20% check. Get out of here. Damn you guys. Alright. There we go. So the only downside with increasing the armor on these spires is that it decreases the firing angle on other weapons. So we won't do that. Anything that could directly interfere with the firing angle of another weapon is probably not worth doing. The people you met seem pretty... I miss having a YouTube... I miss having a Twitch channel, chat. It was a good time before they took it away. Who's they? Everyone. Everyone! I'm gonna put this here. Oh, everyone's sorry right up until the point when it's like, and that was the last we ever heard of Cardboard Ninja. What kind of conversation was going on right before the end? You don't want to know. Someone said something about Alabama. Oh God, it's over. It's over, chat. Does he even try to hide his Apollo? He does. Clever. Silly that I was considering doing that. I was actually considering doing this before I saw it. His is lower down, but still. There we go. Wow, actually, that's surprising DPS. This thing got the damage ball up to almost 9999. What? Not bad. All right. If focused all on the same target, which it isn't, that's all right. So there's a guy. You guys may have heard of him. I think he's one of the best human beings to ever live, just in general, let alone, you know, be, let alone anything else. Because he's known for his accolades in the sport of basketball. He played ye old hoop and stick, if you will. That guy's name was Michael Jordan. And if anyone has ever seen a movie or a documentary called called The Last Dance, it's about Michael Jordan and his historic three-peat situation, where he ended up getting winning MVP and all that good stuff like that. Anyway, the reason why he's an awesome person is because some of the things that he said. And one of the things, and that's fine, you don't have to like him, Fuyum. One of the things that he said is, that I think is remarkably poignant. A lot of stuff happened, and a lot of people wanted Michael to come out and say stuff that they wanted him to say about things. And that was to take a political stance on something. And one of the things is, Michael Jordan said something back to them that I thought was remarkably intelligent. And he basically said, look, I know you want me to talk out about these people, but those people, they buy sneakers too, right? He knows on which side his bread is buttered. So I have no problem with anyone from the great state of Alabama. Wait, what? Did Michael Jordan write Space Jam? God damn, Space Jam is even better now. Space Jam 2, boo. Space Jam 1, written by the GOAT, apparently. If written by the GOAT, and if that's true, then it's even better. Even better. I wish it was written by Space Jam. That'd be amazing. Or I wish he wrote Space Jam. I'd take that, yeah. God damn, way back in the day, if you held down control or something when you were in the when you were crafting, it sped you up. They removed that, and I hate that so much. What's my bot doing to you? Thank you, Michael Jordan, for saving us from the Space Jam. That's correct. That is correct. Big ups to MJ. For without him, we would be stuck with the Space Jam. You know, if this thing functions, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Because the amount of time and effort that I put into other Leviathans. And if this thing just, like, cranks out the dubs, I'm gonna be like, how? Needs to be lower. We're gonna use a 1x7 on that. Done and dusted. You have 60 seconds for that link. Hopefully it is not an offensive one. It would be interesting if I put like a scorpion up. I'm gonna grab a 7x piece. Is this a Space Jam documentary? God, I hope it's not. Space Jam 2 is a lie. So wait. So it's a lie like it didn't happen? I mean, I could believe that. There was no Space Jam 2. Is it because it was all jammed out? Man, I don't want to be left out. Someone tell me how that Space Jam 2 thing ends. I've never actually seen Space Jam 2, by the way, chat. So... your guess is as good as mine on that one? So what I want to do is put these high explosive devices on, but I am worried. I don't have a very good place for them. We're going to go with out of sight, out of mind. Most people who are fighting against Leviathans and Levy C-Dub are just spraying damage in. They're not going to notice where any of the high explosives may or may not be. All that matters is when they look out to see what's coming at them, it should look like a trash fire. And they're going to be like, what the fuck is this? They're going to assume it's garbage. Hopefully try and rush it down. Also, one of the things I need to do right now... How much parts do I have? 66? I need to remove a couple of things. Because what I don't want... Oh, they're not... No one's going to ram it. That's the thing. Nobody's ramming this thing. It's not a thing. Nobody rams Leviathans. It's kind of a thing you don't have to worry about. I was thinking, wait a minute, I need to protect these and better. It's like, wait a minute, you don't. You don't. So the reason why things are so unprotected is because this is for PvE. You don't really need to protect things as well. A lot of people just are trying to take any shot they can at your build. One of the other things that you'll note in PvE, it's very hectic because of the speed at which you're moving. If you have a slow Leviathan, you have what's basically a creeper Leviathan. It's trying to creep in, get its shots off, do some damage. It'll eventually die, but it's a creeper, right? So it's creeping in. But if you have a fast-moving Leviathan, then what ends up happening is people don't have time to creep around corners and hide from it. I'm considering a verifier. Only because with a verifier, it may, not guaranteed to, but might decloak someone. Getting a decloak off would be really hilarious and punishing. Which is why you absolutely want that to have it be an option. But the downside is, you know, what are the odds? Though, while I say that, I just realized that this does have a cheetah on it. Yeah, so I find myself ambivalent. The Oculus doesn't allow it. I mean, the Oculus versus the Verifier, they're the same difference. The Leviathan doesn't care one way or the other whether or not it has the hidden blips on its radar. This is the reason why it's very difficult to create AI Leviathans that are going to work well, because 9 times out of 10 they're not going to use the ability that you give them to do something at the right time. So at the right time, it would be great. Like, imagine you had a Leviathan that would immediately pop the Verifier, right? The millisecond that someone activated Cloak. Holy crap, man! You'd be set. Problem is, that's not what's going to end up happening. What's going to end up happening is you're going to give it the Verifier, and then it's going to launch it immediately upon spawning, as it always does, and then it's never going to use it again. But with that said, it might not. Like, even if it does do that, it's possible that with the cheetah, it could constantly launch the verifier. And by constantly launching the verifier, or at least consistently, not constantly, by consistently and constantly, or whatever, launching the verifier, it could get lucky. And people would hate that. Especially seeing as this is a drone build. People already hate it because it's a drone build. Like, I know you guys hate it. It's a drone build. So yeah. Could be a thing. The other issue is firepower. So remember what I said, the drones this thing launches are very interesting because drones always target whatever they want. And the second they target what they want, you know, they don't change targets. So if you use a drone, the drones could theoretically target the spire. Done and dusted. Brass out, DB. Sounds sus, don't go there. The Oculus. Yep. So what are we looking at about the Oculus? It detects them when they're invisible, yeah, but so does the verifier. They both detect invisible, but they don't really detect invisible. What they mean is they show you a big old splotch on your minimap. The AI, one interceptor and Griffin, no more cardboard layers. The AI will look upon these things, and it might detect it. But it's not going to... Yeah, it does it passively, but remember, what we're doing is we're trying to make the AI's guns work. The AI will not shoot at a cloaked individual, even if it knows it's there, even with the verifier. So a cloaked enemy, even if you have the verifier or even if you have the Oculus, the AI won't be firing at it. It's not a thing it's going to do. It's not going to ever do that. It will never consider firing. It'll know they're there, but it won't shoot. The only way to get it to shoot is to decloak them. The verifier can do that, but the problem, and this is where this is a key, is the AI will not launch the verifier if it detects drones. It will launch the verifier on cooldown. So what you have to understand is when you're dealing with the AI Leviathan that's doing AI stuff, it's going to do stuff on cooldown, and it's not going to do stuff when you want it to. So it's going to constantly shit drones. This thing is going to shit drones every time it drives everywhere. So this is two problems. Problem one, the first drones that this thing is going to create is going to be in the wrong place. That's the problem. And so it has to live long enough to drop its drones in the second place. So, yeah. So what ends up happening is, when this thing spawns in, it's going to be in one of the corners of the arena, at which point it's going to immediately drop its turrets. Odds are good the players aren't going to be there. Odds are 3/4 of the time there will be no players near it, but it will still drop its drones there, which is bad. Because the drones will cover, those turrets will be terrible, and they're going to be useless. The grenade drones, however, that it drops will be useful. They'll follow the thing around, and the grenades and the lasers on this will help. So the objective here, my objective, is to make sure this thing lives long enough, and has the cheetah to refresh its drones, lives long enough to produce a second set of turrets. It's all about living long enough for that second set of turrets, because the first set of turrets, not going to do anything. The drones, combined with the drones, because it's got aerial drones and it's got ground drones, provide it decent DPS. Double Retchers provides it great DPS. It does come with a shield, though that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to protect it from very much. And it's got, yeah, it's got some okay firepower with Triple Destructor. So it isn't unarmed, but despite the fact that it's not unarmed, it's not very focused until the second set of drones comes out. This is the reason why it's tough. It can be tough. But it could win. Who knows? People hate guns. Like these little gun drones, those little drones that are driving around, people hate them. Having that many drones chasing you around is a problem in Levy C-Dub, because it's a problem. So the only other thing that I have issue with is that I have no Genesis micro factories, which means this can drop 4 drones. And that's it. Well, mind you, that's for the Tukey drones. It's got more of the other drones, but still. It's not a massive amount of drones, but doesn't necessarily have to be. Because if they're all dead, it's fine. It's fine. So right now we're just placing a lot of hanging parts. And these hanging parts are intended to eat damage when damage comes flying in. Obviously, this is anti-retcher. The idea being that it's the primary thing that's coming in. Catching a retcher grenade high in the air is exactly what you want to have happen, because then it explodes the furthest away from your build and deals the least amount of damage. So if you attack a Caucus guy after popping the Griffin perk, they still won't be able to lock on. So, interesting thing. The Griffin perk is unique. It will prevent locks. It doesn't break them. So, what this means is you have to break the line of sight first, and then you activate the Caucus. You activate the Forbidden Jutsu. Once the Forbidden Jutsu's on, for 14 whatever seconds, that Caucus guy literally has no options to attack you. Literally none. Can't attack you. Won't attack you. He's going to be wondering why he can't lock onto you. He's going to be like, oh god, it's the Forbidden Jutsu, and he's fucked. Yep, it's pretty rough. The second I see anyone use that, and if I were to use a Caucus build, but I never would, chat. But if I were to use a Caucus build, and I would see someone activate it, not that I would ever do that, chat, but if I were, first thing I would do, I'd leave. I would immediately drive away from that man. I would just go, oops, this guy's invulnerable. He's activated the Forbidden Jutsu. I'd maybe, if I were streaming, I'd even say it in chat. I'd say something like, chat, he's using the Forbidden Jutsu, and I'd leave. I'm not saying I would ever do that, though. Never. Never. But if I did. These are a lot of ifs. I would never use Caucasus. So this is meant to look like a trash fire. Mission accomplished. I know that this doesn't make sense to many people. This feels like I'm just throwing things on. I'm not. But this is a drone build. This will be the drone build that I launch into battle to see how it does. See if it brings me back copper. If this is more successful, if it is somehow more successful than my actual build, I will be shocked. But pleasantly shocked. I'll be like, oh, that sucks. Pleasantly shocked. This is the most precise trash fire I've ever made. Nope, too high. So one of the things that you want to do if you're making a trash fire like this, you want to make sure that every part is connected to 2 parts, minimum. And then in addition, because I am actually trying, like it doesn't look like it, God, it doesn't look like it, but I am actually doing a lot of work right now. That needs a 3x, which I don't have. But yeah, every piece is attached to multiple pieces. Every piece has parts that hang. You want overhangs, you want all sorts of stuff. Because every weapon that you place is a catch, but in addition to that, what you'll note is you're like, wait a minute, why is there a gap here, and things like that. That's so the weapons can fire back. It's very important that your weapons have firing angles. If they don't have firing angles, it's the equivalent of not having them. So you definitely want your weapons to be able to see what they're shooting at. So what's interesting is here I'm considering changing this up because this is the strike face. Odds are extraordinarily good that this is going to get hit. So I'd want something there specifically to eat that damage. Kind of like how there's a bumper right there. Alright. So, let's see what she drives like now that she's covered in bullcrap. She drives slow. She starts off unbelievably slow. Greetings, Marb. An incredibly slow start, and I effed up. Looks like I covered a drone. Which drone? The one in the middle, of course. That's why that wasn't there. So we need an overhang that does not cover. We're going to invert this so it's higher up. If it's possible. Thank you, video game. If it's possible. Nope. There we go. So Fuyum's saying, so attack cogs yeah, like 9.1k. I already fight 9k anyway, 90% of the time. Okay. I just don't want to lose those 6k PH at 9.5. It could have a cheetah. How much of a stretch is that to you? From 8 to 9 for a cheetah and a griffin? Alright, so 9 is a different, it's not that big of a different power score, and in reality, but you will face some interesting builds. So the issue that you have, Fuyum, with your build, specifically entering those power scores, isn't that necessarily someone's going to be able to counter you or whatever, but the idea is builds change, so you won't have as many one-hit kills possibilities. It's not that they're building counters to you, it's that their builds are going to be larger, and so that they're going to be harder for you to actually pin down. You're having no problems or few problems at 8.5, but at 9k, you're going to have a problem. No, it's not a lot of math. You're going to have a problem at 9k, I'm telling you. Simple math, right there. You're going to have a problem at 9k. No, you're saying no, you misinterpret. Yes, you play at 9k all the time. No one said that you didn't. What I'm saying is, if you suddenly become 9k, you'll be playing 9k 100% of the time, plus you're going to be stretching into 10k and 11k. Because you're adding 1k to your vehicle. Right now, fighting 1k over, alright, that's a little bit of annoyance. It's a little bit of annoyance, but it's not that big of a deal. Imagine fighting, you know, what amounts to your exact same build, minus 721% damage, and then also doing that exact same fight at, you know, against vehicles that are stronger. That's the issue that you're dealing with. Weapons work very well within certain brackets. Alright, so this junk trash fire is completed. This is what I'm going to consider a complete junk trash fire Leviathan build. I beat my 8k durability request, so we're at 9.2. So we're going to do a little quick math. Uh, 9,200 HP multiplied by 1.39. That's about 12,000 hit points. So this is about the equivalent of 12,788 hit points. It's okay. It starts off slow, which I don't like, but it does have the top speed. So it can get to a speed of appropriate speed against players. silly phone calls. Anyway, so I don't know how well this is gonna work. It's my first attempt at a tower build. Well, a spire build. And this is also simultaneously my first attempt at a drone build. So it's a spire drone build. It's got shields that protect the retchers, but we'll see how well those turn out. Do I think that I could improve this build? Of course, there's always ways to improve. Do I know how I'd improve it? Yeah, I'd consider, honestly, as silly as it is, adding a scorpion maybe. I know that sounds silly, but people hate that gun. Like, stripping off people's weapons by an AI is pretty cancerous. I could actually even consider raising the Aegis from underneath the cabin to above it. I know that sounds stupid, but landing precise shots on the Leviathan is pretty much unheard of. Everyone's just throwing damage in anyway, trying to hit anything they can. But yeah, this thing's got drones. Doesn't have many, though. The issue being that, to be honest, this thing does not have many drones. It's got plenty of annihilators, because they just give you way too many annihilators for some reason. I mean, it is a legendary drone, but there's way too many. You get way too many annihilator drones. Alright. So we're going to build. We're going to do one final thing. And we are going to give everyone who looks at this eye cancer, get ready to look away, chat. Ah, look away. So the purpose of this paint is so that when people look at this, they don't even know what they're looking at. They're looking at this and they're like, what is this? So they're forced to just throw random damage at it. They don't know. They don't know what you're looking at. I don't know what you're looking at, and we're sending it out. It's in the world, chat. The Leviathan is off into the world to wild blue yonder. We're going to find out if it's going to do just fine. If it not, too bad. If it does, great. Wait, you had a gas gen, Fuyum? Jesus. The Arbert. Yep. Splatacake be posting all sorts of memes. So, again, Arbiter. Decent weapon. It's okay. Like, again, my problem with the Arbiter, I don't have many problems with it. I actually wanted to love the Arbiter. I genuinely, honestly, and truly did. It was one of my first goal weapons. I was like, I want that as a goal. But it never came to be. Bad stuff. Wait a minute. The hell? Splatacake, are you in chat? Splatacake! I wonder if Splatacake is in chat. If Splatacake is in chat, there's a problem with your arbiters. When you look left or right, because due to the engine, they get in the way. Remove WIP. All right, we're going to see how that works. I don't know if it's going to work, chat. I genuinely don't. Obviously, I would like it to, because if it does, then that would be just damned funny. That would just be so damned funny if that worked. Day has not reset. Nani? Day should have reset. Day did reset. There we go. Win with cannon. Technically, we're going to go back to Steel Dog then. Exhibition. Nope. Setting. I think this is done, isn't it? Like, yeah, I can't gain. We're gonna grab more battery, silly as that is. .2 with the Cheetah Argus and stuff worked fine, and I just but I've noticed that 10x it's 8K. Okay. I've made my build quite a bit wider because of that power score I run just scorps a lot. Yeah. Wait, Fuyum, are you gonna post your build or what? Test it out for you. Theoretically, I could play your build, Fuyum, but I honestly think you're better at your build than I am at your build. Not that I'm saying you should test your own build. I'll do it. And I'll do whatever I want. I'll do it. I'll effing do this. But what I'm saying is you're probably better at your build than I am. For example, me shooting... Oh, no, triple cannon bot. Why? Triple cannon bot, please! Shoot anyone else. Blockchain bot, don't do this! Oh, Dominic is still after me. Oh, thank God. No! Alright, so we didn't win this one, chat. Though I love Thorgal's build. Thorgal's... I love it. Steamroller. Look how cool that is. We did not win that, chat. Let's try that again. Triple cannon bots, no. But theoretically, throwing damage in here shouldn't achieve much. What, Friendship Bunny? If I were making a Simpsons quote, it would be the dead have risen and voting Republican. Oh, also one other thing. Since your Leviathan will be moving, the faster it moves, the less damage it takes. So. And also, people with retchers can't tend to get a bead on it, and also people with incinerators can't get a bead on it. Amazing. That's a terrible store owner who didn't give a crap about glasses. I am dead, chat. Acceleration! I need it! I'm not going to leave Trover Trut to die. Oh. This is cross out, chat. This is cross out. Here he comes. Here it comes. I'm the worst. Jesus Christ. All right, we're going to try again, chat, because apparently we are getting ass rolled by relics. This is a dude with count them, $3 billion. His build is worth more than everything I own combined. We are just getting butt clapped today. Wow, first two matches. That's amazing, Friendship Bunny. That's unfortunate the driver's license is missing, but you've got those glasses. A quick question about those sweet, awesome mega glasses that you currently have, Friendship Bunny. Do they even work? Are they your prescription? Like, good job, Pasha Tomoko Bai. This guy is doing it. He knows that even though he is fucking dead, he's gonna try. Excellent. Well done. How is that even possible that the glasses are your prescription, Friendship Bunny? Like, the odds of that are 0%. There it is. Slightly off is pretty bad though. Like being slightly off means it's the equivalent of not being. It doesn't matter because you're gonna have your eyes strain if you use prescriptions that aren't your own. But good on you for telling the truth. It's also possible that there are an infinitely many number of prescriptions that exist in the world, and that there's a next to 0% chance that they match your prescription. Like, that is also possible, right? Like, it's also possible that, you know, with the way that glasses work, there's almost no... It would be phenomenally, like, impossible. Oh, no, you should definitely enjoy that they're cute. But I'm just saying that they are not for you. They're not your prescription. Remotely. Can't be. Like, it's physically impossible. They're, like, so many. By the way, chat, I hope you appreciate my use of the term infinitely many. Infinitely many is actually how you're supposed to use the word infinite, because infinite and infinity is not a number. Oof. Thanks, Sarah. Got him. And that was a miss. I shot the ground, but his generator. No. I only care about you. Darn it. Seriously, ignoring all those people, aiming only at the one. Oh, Helen got me. What a shock. Fucking triple cannon bot. We may still win, though. Hey, Sincakes. Ooh, Torero. Interesting. Torero Arb. Very interesting, Friendship Bunny. I have no idea when the last time you utilized your license was. It's interesting. All right, so far 3 losses in a row due to butt stomps. My God, what is with this power score, chat? We are getting beaten to death. Well, Fuyum, do you have the... Did you buy the Griffin? Is this the reason why you want me to do this, Fuyum? Because you don't have the Griffin and you want to see how it performs before you buy the Griffin so you don't waste money? That's terrible, Friendship Bunny. Ish. I mean, your temporary license should have expired if you were to have a temporary license. It should expire about the same time as you get the license, right? Like, I don't know how... I'm not a doctor, chat. I also don't work at the DMV, so... Alright, we're up against Sincakes again. Fuyum, you sack of crap. All right, so this time around, what we're gonna do... Oh, son of a bitch. I am dead. This is what being dead looks like, chat. Just kidding. Get fucked, Sarcasm. I watched you show up. Get fucked. I watched you show up, Sarcasm. Get fucked. Oh, you piece of shit. Anyway, back to what we were doing. Let's continue to win this one. Oh, Lord. Great job, and Noof, you're the only one who can snipe from up here. Only you. This spot was made for you and only you. Boo! Don't you do it, Sincakes. Damn it, Sincakes. Alright, let's take care of this guy who thinks that he's #1 under the sun. Alright. Let's get a shot down on Sin. Nope. Why? Why are you bumping into me? God damn it, I hate hovers. There, I hit him. Alright, we're good here, chat. Mission accomplished. Going in this direction now. F you. There's a man over here. That man is Sin Cakes. We know that because we saw him. Oh, it's not. It's this other man. What's other man doing over here, chat? Wait, what? What's going on? Am I fighting ghosts, chat? There he is. Miss, but I don't give a shit. No, stop it. Why are you a dick, Smokey, you sack of garbage? I'm literally intentionally trying not to get rammed, and he's like, no, you get rammed. You. What? Of course, this thing will never retarget, and no one gives a shit about it, because they're just dicks. Thank you, Smokey. Jesus. We're not going to talk about the master. What do you mean cab first or all? Hold on a second. Cab first or all of it? Listen, give me a minute, Fuyum. Let me finish getting my crappy daily wins in with cannons, and then I'll see what the hell you're talking about with whatever build you're referring to. In that order. Oh, that's a terrible shot. What was I doing? Why would I even click that? That's not even going to work. Not a thing, chat. Nice. I'm not feeling it, but I think Nikki is about to punch me in the face. Triple cannon bot. Yay. TCBs. Hopefully this ally of mine will kill this thing before it decides to kill me. Jason Weasel. My man, Jason Weasel. Friend of mine. Save my damn life. Thank you. Why do I see no allies? Whatever. Additional fairy money. Love it. We know he's around the corner. We know he's right there. Get this shitty drone away from me. Just keep slobbing shots into him. By that I mean exerting dominance. There's that dominance. Whew. Was that 2 out of 5? Ugh. Ugh. By the way, we would not have lived on that round 2 rounds ago when we shot that guy who had 1 billion lances directly in the lances, if and only if someone on the radar didn't, or someone on our team didn't have radar. Someone on our team had radar that saw him coming, and that's the reason why I knew he was there. I looked and saw the radar. So, always bring radar, chat. You can accidentally save your entire team. Oh god, it's... Okay, I do like this guy's art build. It's very artsy, but it's terrible. Because it's using a Mandrake. Now, if you're using 2 Mandrakes... Ugh, the build... Mandrake needs work, chat. Oh! That'll do, pig. That'll do. Whatever happened to that man, it was the end of his career, chat. Once again, fusions are just less effective versions of real builds. What? Alright. Thorgal, love his build. Oh no, drones! Don't do it, Thorgal! We're just gonna meet him on the other side. He's not gonna stop driving. Oh, there it is. Yeah, GG's. Whew. So that guy who is using machine guns in the Nova cabin, he's also using a gas gen. You can tell that because that's what exploded for that much damage. These cannons don't do that much. They're 362. The fact that you saw 1,000 white damage and 1,000 gold damage means that I hit him directly in the cabin for 362. Then hit the gas generator, and he must have had something else explosive on his build. There's no way to do that much. Because it only does 499. So there's something else explosive. His generator. No, his generator was what I destroyed. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. He either was using the gas gen or the ampere. Didn't matter. Didn't matter, chat. All that mattered is he got one tapped in the suspect block. Just kapew. It's Heavily Gamer. Looking all sexy as fuck. Look at how sexy this build is. Look at that build. That just looks good. I don't know where his imagination is, but his imagination is always on point. Look at that. Anyway, let's start playing the video game. But first, look at Heavily Gamer's build. Oh. We've got 3 streamers on our side of the map. That leaves us very little room for failure. Oh god, it's this guy again. Here we go, chat. Oh, he cloaked up. I may be in trouble. Ha! I can't die to that guy if I'm too busy dying to this guy, right? Nope, never lose control of your build, chat. I'm trying to kill him, but backwards logic won't let me. Let me kill him. Backwards logic, you sucking. No, backwards logic. I was not in control of my build, chat. Like that entire time, I was just being pushed around. It was quite funny. This guy's about to find out why autocannons are bad. Neat. Friendship Bunny, are you going home? Alright, Friendship Bunny. I'm glad that you joined, chat. Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate our camaraderie. Wait, why did only 2 of those fire? Oh, it's Coffee Mug. Coffee Mug might kill me. Avid viewer. I think it's Schnarzaffen. Could be wrong. Matthew Bot, I hope, does not aggro. Just throwing damage in there. Yeah. Don't you do it, Isabella. Sending some love down to Coffee Mug. Don't you do it. Don't you fall. Really? Damn it. I was not aiming at Isabella, I swear to God. I was aiming at Pervesia. No! Why would you do this? This is why it sucks to play the video game, chat. Amazing. Ow. Really? Are you serious? He drew the AI to me. Oh, God. What a Chad. What a Chad. What a Chad, chat. Amazing. I would normally, you know, wow. That's that, chat. That's that. Amazing. Amazing. We could have won that, chat. An actual player actually... Hold on a second. Wow. 15. Report violation. Can't believe it. Wow. Amazing. I haven't had to actually add anyone to my block list in a good long time. Craven is amazing. I have no idea what that... At least he's on the opposing team this time. At least this time, he's on the opposing side. Excellent job, James, the bot. Excellent job. Alright, we've already started off bad. We've aggroed the triple cannon bot, etc. That triple cannon bot is going to kill me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Why, hello there, Dominic. I can't help but notice you're here to kill me, and my team is all here but letting you. Great, thank you, James Bot. It's a repeat of last match. Blockchains. Alright. We are in trouble, chat. Oof. That's that. Oh well. He came from behind. Got him. So Isabella surprisingly somehow isn't targeting me. At least I don't think it is. So I'm actually going to shoot and kill it because it's a triple cannon bot and it's targeting someone. Never lose control of your real jet. We've got one right underneath us, but we've got two in front. Ugh. Not what I wanted to do. You're boned, Duvall. There we go. Alex is most likely on the base. Yeah, that Craven gentleman seems to be kind of a dick. I don't know why he's choosing to be a dick here. But whatever. I have successfully reported him for his plays and blocked him so that I will never hear him speak again. So it doesn't matter. Oh, cancel. We're done. We no longer have to do those. Fuyum, send me your build. This will be the last thing I do before I log. I'm gonna assume I'm gonna need standard setting. Wait. Let's do it, Fuyum. Let's do it. I'm playing your crazy build. Wait, do I even have the space for this? I do. I have one space. Oof. Mm-hmm. So chat, right now I'm attempting to download Fuyum's build because he wants to try to take it to the next level. Which is to say, a different level. We'll call it User Blueprint 1. And then User Blueprint 1, I'm assuming he wants the Griffin cabin. I have no idea what else. Because I don't have an averter. Doesn't fit. Doesn't fit. Fuyum, you son of a... You Fuyum! How dare you! Alright. Where would it even touch the frame? Drop in a cheetah and a bootstrap. Well, I can do that. Goes right here. Parts limit. There's already a generator on this. Move the bumper. What is going on here? Grab a cheetah, which we can't do. We're gonna move this here. William's making me do all this crazy stuff today. I'm gonna move this out of the way because it's not in the way. Can't move anything because I don't have a damn cabin because the cabin is annoying. Dang, that's a lot of energy. Are you sure you need that much energy? All right, yeah. Move the bumper and the Terry bumper. All right, let's get rid of the hot red engine. Let's grab the cheetah while we're here. Boop, boop. Can this go in here now? There it is. There we go. It doesn't go as far forward as you like. It's okay. What we're gonna do is we're going to move this forward by 1. That should extend this forward by 1, which then makes it fit appropriately. Is there a hole here? Nope, that works. We can then shove a cheetah in here somewhere. I have no idea. Wait, what? We are over energy, you know that, right? What's the extra energy for? Airy bumper? Oh, the terrible bar. Yeah, what about it? So once again, we're going to implement Operation Get It Low. I don't know if Fuyum cares about dragging parts. Looks like he does. Unfortunately, that's the downside of the cheetah. It's big. I have no idea how he wants to put this bootstrap in here. I mean, like this? How are we doing this? How are we fitting this bootstrap in here? By the way, we are missing wheels on both sides, but still drives like amazing because it's, of course, the... I'm going to get more hermits, I swear to God. Damn it, box. What do you want? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I know you have an interceptor. What do you want from me? You're saying this is a hot swap for the other generator. How? Are you talking about putting this underneath here partially? Alright, alright, alright. Fine, fine, fine. We'll do this your way. I disagree, but we'll do it your way. Hot swap for the other gen. And we'll just poop this. Ugh. Gonna be poop no matter what, chat. Something like that. Oh god, it's terrible. Hold on, Fuyum says he had it set up like this. The blueprint is no longer available. What's going on? Man, I ain't got this kind of time, chat. We're fooling around like I got all the time in the world. Technically, I mean, you could do something like that. I mean, it's not a good idea. Nope. All right, holding up, Fuyum. Go ahead. We're gonna wait for Fuyum to say stuff so I can finish doing this so I can get out of here. Ugh. Zoquilifar just swap the cabin. So you want me to use this? What? Are you insane? It doesn't fit. You can't just do a cabin swap. This is not gonna fit. You know that this thing's huge, right? You can't just do a cabin swap. Alright. Wants the cabin swap or remove garage. Download Zoquilifar. Downloaded. Assembled, yes. Watch this. Just swap the cabin. Oh, that's right. I proved 1 millisecond ago that this can't happen. Not a thing. Alrighty. He did the math. Excellent. Math has been done, chat. We're going to remove this. We're going to remove this. We're going to remove this. We're going to move this forward one and this forward one because if they don't, it will not fit. We're going to move this. And now it should barely fit. Barely. If I get rid of the bumper catch, I should be able to move forward by 1. Remove, hold on, let's put this back. Move the frame, remove the rollover. Man. Yeah, I just did those things. I removed the 2 rollovers, blah, 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 and I can move this up. Yeah, I did that. And I removed the engine because the engine isn't necessary. And you don't have a, oh, you do. Yeah, you have a P1 charge. The problem isn't the P1 charge, my man. The problem is the trying to get the, you need a gas gen, period. There's no way to fit this thing. You can't fit the bootstrap in here. You tell me how to fit the bootstrap in here. We're playing. This is literally Tetris. Do 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 do. Believe it or not, that would not make that sound because you need an L piece for that, or not. You need a straight 4. You can't do it with an L piece. But anyway, yeah. So explain to me how this L piece is gonna fit into this build at all. Anywhere. Go. Oh. Okay. I thought you were trying to get the interceptor and all this other crazy math in there. Whatever. If you're just doing PU1 charge and we're going with the cheetah. Sure. Are we doing cheetah, yes or no, on this Fuyum? I have to know. Oh, why would I do that? No cheetah, just cabin. Just the cabin? Alright, fine. I have no idea what you're asking. Alright, bam. We're gonna go back. Back in time. Back to the future with the hot red engine. Kaboom. So we've got ye old hot red. I think this hot red was vertically placed for some reason. This goes back like that. Let me check. Yep, that's entirely correct. There's an L-shaped brick missing, so this is supposed to be spaced off to the left. Normally there'd be an L in there. Because we don't have that, we're gonna go with bumper. that is L-shaped, just as a temporary part that would be the part that should be there, but is not. So this is more or less Fuyum's exact same normal build that he has always performed with no differences. At 8-6. Let's do it. I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh god. No, fuel. Hey, Born to Mangle. Dang, there are a lot of good people out there today. Born to Mangle, good to see him. I might be raiding you guys off to Born, to be honest. Dead mouse fetish, Jesus. All right, so here's the deal, chat. This is gonna be real difficult because I don't remember the buttons because Fuyum uses some crazy keys. We're going for Cliffwalker. You got away, chat. Wrong button. So this guy has a problem. That problem is Fuyum's current build. Because I can use the forbidden jutsu and become immune to his gun. And he's like, why no bullets shoot? See? He's confused. He doesn't know. Unfortunately, I am bad at driving Fuyum's build. But that is what ends up happening when you shut down his ability to kill you. The forbidden jutsu jutsu'd. This is crossout, chat. This is crossout. Alright. We're going to keep moving. Oh, shit. We are so heavily stacked on this team. We had no chance of losing. We had Born to Mangle and Cert. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. There was... I could have had a stroke. I could have had a stroke and just fallen down and be dead right now, and we still would have won. Like, this... What is with this team? My God. Heavily stacked. To the side of our side. Not even joking. No joke, chat. Like, 100%. Oh, we had DMF as well? Dang, like, no joke. What would, like, why is everyone here? And why were we all on the same team? Cert on our side again. This is insane. Heavily stacked team. Like, I legit could have been unconscious. I could have, like, Stephen Hawking's laid back in my chair and, like, pondered the universe itself and been just talking to you about the universe. This dude, hold on a second. This is the guy that I killed in one massive explosion, chat. His generator's in the back. What's in the front? Was it fuel? What's in the front of this guy's build? Because I hit the front of him. I couldn't hit the back of him, not from the front. Gotta cloak it up. We're gonna find someone, try and hit him in the back. This guy. We did it. That guy's boned. Finishing the job. Driving away. Another triple caucus guy. We're now going to activate the shield so that he can no longer target me. And he's wondering what's going on. He doesn't understand. He is legit confused. He does not know why the video game sucks for him. He is now dead. Continuing on. We're going to reactivate. Nope. We're being chased. Got to give this guy the cloaking. Yep. Got to dodge. Yeah, the acceleration on the Griffin cabin is insane. Going for the one hit. Didn't hit the generators. We're going to dive. And then dive again. Turn the corner. We're going to kill the triple cannon bot because this guy needs help. And nobody helped him because, you know, nobody ever helps people with bots. It's a problem. My real target is the thug, but I can't... Are you serious? I cannot reach you with my broken arms! Alright, turning around. Let's go kill thug. Please don't. Excellent. Wait, thug is still alive? You didn't kill him? Get out of here. Alright. do not care about Jamie Bot. We're going over there. That guy looks like he's a target. Actually, this dude here looks like he's a target. Got him just in the nick of time. There you go. So, a couple things. This is Fuyum's build, as per standard. Another easy MVP, standard. You got your 5 kills, standard. A couple things this build gives you is the Forbidden Jutsu. Forbidden Jutsu is insanely strong. For those of us who do not know why I was able to do all that stuff, I explained it as it was happening because I was eager to get the hell out of here. But for those of us who do not know what happened, the Caucus is a lock-on weapon. It's one of my favorites. It is a very, 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 very potent weapon. It can do a lot of work. However, there is one downside. You see that little square? That square pops up because it's like you can target this man. Well, what does that mean? It means that when you target, it kills that man. All guns go pew pew, right? And there's very similar weapons to this that I don't have. Pyres, for example, and all the other shit like that. I don't have it. But what this does is when you activate this pulse, you see that pulse? I'll do it again. Watch this. You see that pulse? I'll do it again. That pulse, when you activate that pulse, it disables radar. Nobody can target you with radar weapons. That includes but is not limited to the Caucus. So that guy with his triple Caucus who was expecting to clap butt cheeks in that power score, which if left unchecked could have clapped the cheeks, cannot target anyone who's under the effects of this radar. It's not just you. It is not just you, chat. Just so you know, this is our AoE. There's a reason why this is an S tier cabin. Please, for the love of God, look at my cabin tier lists. This is an S tier cabin. When activated, the player and 3 closest allies in 25 meters are invisible on the radar and become immune to effects of Oculus and Verifier for 11 seconds. This is an 11-second button of you are fucked. For 11 seconds, those guns like the Caucus cannot target you or up to 3 of your allies within 25 meters. By the way, you might wonder, how do I know if I'm under the effects of this? Because that's a fair question, right? I'll show you. Look in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen. In the bottom right-hand corner of my screen, you see a radar. That radar lets you know where enemies are. Watch that. Watch it. Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I'm activating it. If you see the blue highlight around your radar, you are immune to the effects of blah, 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 blah. You're under the effects of the Oculus. Another question you might ask, how do I know the radius? Hold on a second. How do I know the radius? If you look at the radius, look at my radar again. You see that small blue circle? That small blue circle is the effect radius. So you can fly in and save your allies from a Caucus player by simply just, running over them. Damn it, Fuyum, you and your freaking ads. God damn, if you subscribed, you'd be having ad-free viewing. The cooldown is 20 seconds. It is not affected by the cheetah, just so you know. 20-second cooldown, not affected by the cheetah. 11 seconds of radar immunity. Radar immunity is fairly strong. 11 seconds duration. 11 seconds of duration. It is a phenomenally powerful ability. It is the reason why it's called the Forbidden Jutsu on my channel. I call it the Forbidden Jutsu because it is very strong. This is an S tier cabin with an S tier perk accordingly. So, if you guys are looking to get a Griffin cabin and you... Oh, by the way, funny story. While we're here talking about cabins, you know what? I may as well go off. Why don't I tell you gentlemen about the cabins, You might be interested. Interesting story about the cabins in this game. If you're fighting a Leviathan, in Leviathan Clan Wars, the only way a Leviathan can target is the way that the Caucus targets. It does not matter the weapons that are equipped. None of those matter. All Leviathans target using that block reticule. All of them. I'll say it one last time. All Leviathans target using the block reticule. So, that is radar targeting, which is disabled when you activate this freaking perk. Guess what happens when you're fighting in Leviathan Clan Wars and you activate this perk? The Leviathan cannot target you for 11 seconds. Did you know that you can activate that and then activate Cloak for a potential... I think you can Cloak for 10 seconds? That's a 20-second duration, my dudes. You can be immune to Leviathans. You can also approach people completely immune to the effects of the Oculus and the Oculus and the Verifier. That thing puts a white dot on your screen when someone's invisible, when someone nearby is invisible. Not so when you use the Griffin cabin. The Griffin cabin also has an extremely high top speed. The Griffin cabin at 100 kph. In addition to that, it also has an extraordinarily high power. I believe it has the most power of any light cabin. It's insane. So, is the Griffin a good cabin? It's an S tier cabin. It will work in Fuyum's build. It will work in your build. It will work in any build. It is literally not. If you get it, you're not gonna be like, oh man, I got the Griffin. I don't know. You're not gonna be like that. You're gonna be like, holy effing crap, this thing can put in work. Combined with certain other things, such as the Interceptor, and combined with a cloaking device, it can make you counter literally every battlefield scenario. There is no battlefield scenario that you cannot counter with all three of those. Cloak counters everything as per standard, but the Griffin allows you to maintain unlocked, or maintain not being locked onto by caucuses and radars and missiles over, oh, by the way, drones also. Like, it's crazy. Like, anything that uses radar lock. You name it. You name it. Like, the drones can naturally target you, but players can't, like, force them to. It's like crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff. So you can counter just about everything using these things. It is the ultimate counter to certain weapons, and it is a natural booster to cloak. Also, another thing, in case you guys are interested, I'm sorry for like belaboring this, but I'm about to leave, so I'm going to tell you all the information about the Griffin cabin. You can activate it after you've cloaked. You're like, I'm cloaked. Oh no. Look at that. You're still cloaked. You are still cloaked, chat. You are still cloaked. Still cloaked, chat. It does not disable mines. I'm fairly positive that it's not going to disable mines. If it does, then it would be beyond S tier. It's a strong cabin already. It doesn't do jack against mines, I don't believe. As mines are not a radar targeting weapon, they're a proximity targeting weapon. Though technically they won't target you if you're cloaked. Very interesting. Phenomenally powerful cabin. Arguably one of the best. It's number 3, the number 3 cabin in the game, behind either the Nova or the Beholder. Those two each stronger cabins. Griffin, number 3 cabin, holds the number 3 spot with an iron fist gripped onto it. Anything that radar targets, yo. Anything that radar targets is protected. So yeah, if you were to slip an Interceptor into the back of this, you'd have the Interceptor, the Cloak, and the Griffin, but you'd have no buttons. You'd be cycling through so many buttons, Fuyum. You'd be cycling through so many buttons. Alright. So, I hope everyone enjoyed what they saw today. I hope everyone likes and subscribes and blah, 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 yada, 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 yakety, yakety, as you do, as you do. I'm going to find you guys a home. If Born to Mangle is up and running, you're going to Born to Mangle. No effing way. Sincakes is here, and Sincakes is killing it. Holy shit. Why is it that I have so few viewers in comparison? Oh, that would explain it. Is Born to Mangle doing anything, though? There's Welly. There's Heavily. You know what? Heavily Gamer's a cool guy. I don't see Born to Mangle, so I will... let me check. Where is he doing it? Alright. I'm going to send you guys off to Heavily Gamer. He's a great guy. I hope you guys have a great time. He's a good dude. No? No what, Fuyum? Doesn't even matter. Send you guys over to Heavily Gamer. Hope you guys have a great night. Peace.